Hello. Hello. Hello.
The birthday was October 12th. I did a stream on my birthday. I didn't have anything better to do, quote unquote. Cause even though I told myself I was gonna be like, also I realized I am not like facing. Oh wait, no, I am facing front and center. Yeah, no, okay, cool, we're fine. But yeah, even though like I am aware, like I should know when my birthday is about to happen, like, several blah 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 days, weeks, or you know, yeah, I should know when my birthday is coming up and what have you. I very much was not in a oh yeah, my birthday. We're gonna do amazing things on my birthday. Nah, that didn't happen. I was just way too. Also, I'm just like doing some thingamadiggies on the side, allowing all those notifications, and then sitting. Oh, well, the salt is getting a discount. Alright, so Yeen is good, contribution good, and then my receipts for gifting shit to Yeen. And then, oh my god, it's Morse Amalgam's birthday tomorrow as well. Lot of October peeps. Oh my gosh, but yeah, you're okay, Jason. But yeah, there was where's my brain at? Yeah, like I was turning like 32 years old, and quite frankly, I'm not an extroverted person at heart. Like, this is the most extroverted thing, like, well, this is probably the second most extroverted thing that I will normally be found doing, which is me streaming to a live audience. And what's more is, more often than not, when I am streaming to a live audience, I am not going to be, presenting 100% myself. I am presenting a zebra to all the lovely viewers. I am going to crack open this can of Coke, so then that way I've got some little extra energies, because there we go. So yeah, because where's my brain at? Yeah, I was home, like, I made it so that I didn't have to go to work Friday or Monday. Why? Because I didn't want to, quite frankly, but I put it on the premise that, my birthday was going off on the Sunday, so I would prefer, having the Monday off, so then that way whatever I did on Sunday wasn't going to affect me on Monday. Hi there, Goldie, welcome to the stream. So yeah, and so today was just a very lazy sleep-in sort of day. I just simply, I slept, I didn't have an alarm set, I just slept in, and I was awake, and then I went to sleep again. And then I was awake, and then I went to sleep again. I didn't get out of bed until like 9:30 in the morning, like well and truly past my, because normally I wake up at like 6:20 a.m. is when I normally wake up, like on a work day, and quite frankly a lot of weekends as well. I'm normally waking up before 7 o'clock strikes because, I'm busy. I gotta get my breakfast. I gotta shower. I gotta get to a train station perhaps by 7 o'clock to get to work. Like, I'm doing all those kinds of things. So the joys of being an adult. But yeah, no, today didn't need to do any of that. I slept in. I did some laundry, and I just, didn't do it. I didn't do anything important. I was lazy. I snacked at like 1 p.m. or something like that. I tried some flaming hot Cheetos. The flaming hot Cheetos, for whatever reason, were like this, like pinkish yellow. I was expecting them to be like, a deep red, like in the United States or something like that. I don't know what it is about Australia not wanting to deal with food dyes and what have you, but it was like a pink kind of Cheeto puff, which was rather interesting. But yeah, pretty good spice. I was all for that. And yeah, that was it for today. Nothing like was extra planned or anything like that. So exactly the same as it was on Sunday. I woke up, I started and then, like, the highlight of my day is to stream. Is essentially what it is. which, you know, we do it again. And then again. Hi there, Miss Sonic. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. What has been in my head? Like, other than, because I'm still catching up on King of the Hill. I'm getting through season 13 right now. So, there's that, which is going all right. The internet is the internet. The US is the US. I didn't get around. I didn't get around to watching Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, because normally I watch that TV series, like, because it comes out on Mondays. The highlight of my day is seeing large zebra pecs. Nice. So yeah, very, very lackluster days, quite frankly. It's okay. It is what it is. So, yeah. Nothing like, you know, too crazy. May I touch him? No. Aurora Borealis in this part of town, in this time of year, located entirely within your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No. But yeah, sorry, just need to wipe my eyes. And I still have that paranoia thing of, like, I can't have my headphones on both my ears. Way too often I am putting, like, the other headphone, like, pushed off to the right. Like, I don't know why. I cannot immerse myself. I don't know why that is. Like, so I wonder if some people just have that, where like, they're given, like, over-ear cups or something like that, and they just can't, they can't get themselves, I don't know if it's just, like, a discomfort thing or something, but, like, there's very few scenarios where it's, like, I am comfortable, like, putting both my ears covered into the thing, even though it's, maybe it's because of the fact that, like, before, like, living on my own and such like that, I just had to be hyper aware of what other people around me might need to say, or if someone was calling for my name and such, hence why, like, you know, the additional ear cup would just, you know, be pushed forward or pushed back a little bit. Like, normally, like it would just be on the, like, my right ear, I think, the one that's, like, towards the door or what have you, is the one that's, like, not, you know, being heard or anything like that. So, you usually have one off because you're listening to a stream on your phone while gaming. Okay. For me, it must be a pure paranoia thing, where it's just like, I need to hear my surroundings and such. But I'm not gonna go as far as to. Also, why is there a scuff mark on my? Okay, cool. Stream Deck's fine. Sorry, I was looking at my Stream Deck and there was, like, a little scuff mark, and I was just like, why is that there? And then I, like, you know, was, you know, just rubbing my finger over it, and then turns out it, you know, was able to get perfectly solved. Also, is my fist? Oh, I don't like that. How long has that been a thing? How long has that been a thing? Oh my goodness, Wolk. That's crazy. Absolutely nuts. But yeah, where's Cap? Is Cap busy? Cap's offline, so she probably just having some dinner or what have you, for all I know. Probably just having dinner. Darn shame. Holy crap, your fingers are broken. Yeah, they must have been like that the entire time. I've just never, like, noticed that, because, yeah, normally you only see it from this angle here. So you barely even see it, and I'm normally doing things. But yeah, what else is in my to-do list? Blah, 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 blah. What is in the presence of my mind, other than tempted to play more Ghost of Yotei, but that's not the point of today's stream. The point of today's stream is that we're going to be going through more Metal Gear Solid. Also, we need to pause the music in the background. There we go. We need to go through more Metal Gear Solid. Game selection. Oh yeah, I have to press the circle button. That's it. So Metal Gear Solid Special Mission, and then there's Interlude. What's Interlude? English only, difficulty settings in a VR being added. VR missions. Metal Gear Solid Special Missions. So 1998, 1999, 1999, and then 1999 again. And then we're just gonna go into there. And then... Come on. You can do it. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And then I'm going to change my input, so then that way I am having... Because I have, like, you know, the 3 monitors and what have you, but I'm going to have it so, like... Hi there, Fizz! Welcome to the stream! I have barely a brain cell in my head. I am barely thinking. I just want to play video games. There's just... Mood? Exactly, mood. I was watching Hughie... Like, actually, you know what? I want to talk about it. Finances. I want to talk about finances, because goddamn, it is tough being an adult furry. It is tough being a full-time adult who wants to do furry shit on the side. It's 3 a.m., no thoughts right now.
Shadow Moses Island in Alaska.
I should know by now that I have gotten some really, like, you know, night owl sort of people in my streams at this point. But yeah, where was I on my train of thought? It was something along the lines of... Alright, you know... Oh, these things are, like, literally a minute apart, so let me just go to this one. It really is tough being an adult furry. Thank you, Mango Root Beer. It very much is, because, you know, as a full-time adult, I have to pay my own bills and what have you. I don't... And, you know, being the introverted autistic zebra that I am chronically online. And more often than not, I need to remember that I need to click the O and such like that. There ain't no partner. I'm not about to housemate with a complete stranger in this house, so all the bills 100% have to be held by me. Which, you know, gives me a little bit of freedom. If there's something that I can get... If there's something I can, like, downgrade in my plan, I will probably go for that, much like I did with the mobile phone plan. And if I wanted higher internet speeds, I don't have to consult with, like, a legion of other people in the household to try and convince them to pay for a little more on the internet. I just go and get a better internet plan. But this does hamper into some problems, such as when the washing machine is not working, or the dishwasher. That's the fun one. I've replaced the washing machine. It's a fantastic washing machine. But I am on the hook for paying off that washing machine and what have you. But then, you know, I try and use the dishwasher on my birthday because I didn't want to have to be responsible cleaning out my mug after creating one of those, muffin mugs. I don't know if anyone has these in their grocery stores and what have you, but you can get, like, these sachets, and the idea is that you just put the sachet in a microwavable mug, and then you put in, like, you know, 2 tablespoons of milk, you mix them together, and you put that in the microwave for 60 seconds, and boom, you get yourself, like, a cool cup of cake. I got that for myself. And, yeah, it just... Granted, there's, like, all this cake inside your mug, and I was like, I don't want to have to bother, like, you know, doing a proper clean and such like that. I'm going to put this in the dishwasher. I have only used this dishwasher, like, 8 times the entire 4 years that I've been living in this apartment. It ain't working for me. It does the noises. It sounds like it's draining the water, but then it doesn't do the proper run and such like that. And I would like to think of myself as a, you know... I would like to think of myself as a more, you know, sustainable Zeeb, where instead of, you know, calling my mom or my dad being like, help, I broke the dishwasher and I don't know how to fix it. I don't want to be like that. I want to be able to do the... Who's checking their Kindle rating? Oh, it's Mega. 35%. Nice work. But yeah, I would like to think of myself as a responsible adult on doing the troubleshooting of being like, yes, because of this model of dishwasher and these lights going off, I need to check the following things. I can't even find the model number of this dishwasher. It just has brush at the front of it. The dials are faded. I think it's flashing it only has, like, the check water light on, but I don't know what any of the other lights or, like, any of the other, like, LED indicators should have written into them and such, and I can't find the model of this Bosch dishwasher online. But thankfully, it's not my dishwasher. It belongs to whoever owns this fucking apartment. So I've put towards the real estate agent, hey, the dishwasher ain't working, and I can't find the serial number to you know, note the proper maintenance. So hopefully in another day or two, I should hopefully hear something from them where they're going to be like, ah, yes, the dishwasher that we have on file is this one here. Would you like to have us call in someone? And if they don't do that, then I'm probably going to have to send an email to them of being like, hey, I sent through your app this problem here, and the dishwasher is still not working. Are you able to take on the responsibility of getting repaired and such? Bosch is a very shitty brand, and no matter what they make, serious? It is? I thought it was a good brand. I thought it was a hang on. There's a website that I like use a lot. Ding 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 dink. Donk. Ding. Dong. Hang on a second. It's like product review or something like that. Give me a second. Just resize it like so. It's like Aussie product review. It's like white goods and such. What is it? Product. How did I? Bosch. So Bosch in Australia. Because I got to it. Where is this? It was appliance. So that's where I got my purchase. But where's the? Oh. I need to find the choice. That's the thingamadiggy. So from Choice, weirdly enough, this is a magazine, and they have like and you can like do a subscription or some shit. It was very tempting. Dishboard? No, not a dishboard. Dishwasher. It was very tempting to get myself a subscription so I can go through like reviews and what have you. But yeah, look at this. It's like $30 to be able to like get a review of everything. Like, hang on, key the dishwashers to avoid. It's interesting that they have like, oh, for free you can read an article that will tell you the dishwashers that you do not want. Haier, I understand, do not go for Haier. I do not recognize some of these names. Fisher and Paykel I do recognize. But yeah, it's any whoosies. Yeah, so Choice is like the website I went to and such like that. They're popular but unreliable over here. They're a very hit or miss brand. Don't 100% believe they pay people to give them good reviews in order to make themselves look better and take stupid people's money. This is why it's important having third-party reviewers like Choice. I wish I could do like the proper research and what have you in there of like, the actual like brand and such, because I'm pretty sure Bosch was like top 5 of like reliability. It was like 89% of products were like positively rated from Bosch or something like that, and the only things that were higher was like LG or Fisher and Paykel. None of them were 100% or above 98. I'll just put that out there. There was always like a 3 or 5% margin of error in the top brand or something like that, crazily like that. But yeah, so the dishwasher is not mine. It belongs to whoever owns this apartment while I'm renting. So I'm passing the buck to them so that they are responsible for fixing it and such, because I don't need the dishwasher. I have a sink and I can dry things myself. It's just one of those cases of it would have been nice on my birthday not to think about dishes. I tried this weekend not to be an adult, and that did not go as well as I planned, because I still had to be the adult doing chores, or going and talking to the real estate or sending a little like repair request to the real estate agent, being at odds with the mentality of I need to be saving money in order to better my future despite the cost of rising house prices and cost of living, and then also tackling on the other side, I just want to feel a little better. Let me go have some McDonald's to maybe have a dopamine hit. To stop the launch of the new type of nuclear warheads, Snake must use the detonation code emergency override key at the underground maintenance base up north, or destroy Metal Gear itself. Snake fights Liquid's Hind D on the roof of Communication Tower B and defeats it. Snake gets the message from Otacon that the elevator... Oh, shit. I need to remember it's not the X, it's the O key. I need to remember, this game is weird.
Snake, the elevator's working.
You fixed it?
No, that's the weird thing. It just moved by itself. It's headed your way now.
Is that so? Okay.
That explosion before, what was it?
Oh, I had to take out that helicopter.
Helicopter?
Yes,
That's
there was a
incredible,
huge...
Snake.
Listen, I just want to make sure again. This is the way to get to where Metal Gear is being stored?
Yeah. The entrance to the underground maintenance base is towards the back of the snowfield ahead.
Okay. Find a safe place to hide out for a while. I'm going underground.
I know. You don't have to tell me.
And stay out of my way. Don't try to be a hero or anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Call me if you need to.
And one of the most recent, Oh, hang on. What key do I need? Level 6. There we go. There we go. But yeah, one of the other, also, I missed what Fizz's message was. I missed a few people's messages. Nothing more satisfying as a bill-paying adult than seeing your monthly bills come down. Bills going down in price is an absolute, like, gem. Also, why is my... Oh, wait, hang on a second. I don't need to be here. I need to be over on the other side. There... Wait, is it here? Alright. The FAMAS bullets will be greatly appreciated. Night Sky is just getting their fish, and I unfortunately ate their cookie, so they don't get a cookie. How's it going, Sky? You doing good? I know if no one's got me, I know that Night Sky's got me. I got that message, I got that notification from Blue Sky of Sky just going ooh woo for me, and I greatly appreciate it. Are you serious? Annoying as fuck. You be here and be vibing. I appreciate the vibes, and the emotes are really cool. I recognize the unnamed one. I hope unnamed Yeen gets better. They've been like I may be talking about, like, you know, financial hardships and what have you, but I know for a fact that unnamed has been going through like a shit ton more than I have, from the sounds of it. Like, I don't have to worry about like my job being unable to pay bills, or, you know, needing to, you know, deal with car payments or anything like that, because I don't have a car. Huh? What the?
You did it, Snake. You shot down the Hind.
I was so worried.
They couldn't have survived that.
I wonder. But even so, just because we've taken out their leader doesn't mean they're gonna give up. They're still gonna try to launch that nuke.
You're right. There's no time to waste.
But yeah, like,
the underground base is past the communications tower.
The unnamed's going through some, like, you know, financial whatsamahoozies with their car and such like that. It honestly does sound stressful up in the United States and what have you. Like, they just got one other... They've just got one thing after another to deal with. Hopefully I shout out the right unnamed. Yes, I did. Awesome. So yeah, go check him out. Go give him some support if you can. Alright, autocon.
I don't know why, but the elevator just started working again. If you take it all the way to the bottom of Tower B and go outside, you'll be in the snowfield. The entrance to the underground maintenance base is in the north of the snowfield.
Alrighty.
I don't know why.
I keep forgetting O is the, whatsamahoozies. There we go. And And I have no rations, which is the annoying thing. Huh? Meryl? Deep throat?
My God! You actually shot down that hind.
I'm trying to get this elevator working.
Said I could do it with a stinger.
It's there to leave that after doing that. There's gotta take about just one man, nice going snake. Cool. So. Maybe I need to be in the box? There we go. For whatever reason, it just didn't like me, like, just sort of standing there. Alright, who's calling?
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
There were 5 stealth camouflage prototypes in my lab.
Yeah, so?
If you take out the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4.
Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
Why are you
Thought I'd
telling
get
me
one for
this?
you. So I went back to the lab and
Yeah?
the 4 suits were missing.
Fuck.
Also, about the elevator that I checked out, it's really strange. It was like someone was intentionally holding it.
When you were riding on it, did the weight limit warning go off?
That's another thing that bothered me about it. The warning went off, and I know I couldn't be over the limit.
How much do you weigh?
About 135, but that elevator had a weight limit of 650 pounds.
It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit.
Oh, god
Look
damn
out,
it.
Snake. The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you.
God damn it.
Too late, Snake. Now die.
Fuck's sake. Alrighty. How far back is it taking me? Alrighty. Now that I know that they're gonna be in that elevator, now I'm curious of whether or not it's gonna... Also, I need to get the chafe grenades out. Three, 4, 5. Go. I wonder if I could have shot those, Oh, there's rations back there. Nice. Alrighty. And then... moss bullets there. And then... anything cool here? No. Alrighty. So I can probably go with the stun grenade here. And then... body armor here. Alright. Are there people in here with stealth outfits? Alright, so I just threw a stealth grenade.
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
Alright, so...
Too late, Snake! Now die!
FAMAS, there we go. There we go. I just had to... So I'm not able to, like, cheese them out of the elevator before it happens. I just have to, you know, throw my stealth grenade and then just use the FAMAS a lot. Chafe grenades, FAMAS bullets. This was where the broken down staircase was. So now... go this way. No, that's just a pillar. Okay. Another ration here. I will eat the ration. Just so then that way I am proper full health. So, moss bullet. And then we just keep going out this way? Nope. Where is... oh, there's the door. Put the box on before it sees me. Go. Can't see shit. Ow! I guess this is why they gave me chafe grenades. I guess that's why they gave me chafe grenades. Alright, so there's wolves out there, so I most likely need the handkerchief. I'm just gonna call meleeing and save the game here.
What's up, Snake?
Save it here. And then save it over this communication tower, because it looks like I saved the communication tower twice.
Snake, in China they say, when walking through a melon patch, don't adjust your sandals. That means that when things get really bad, you have to try to remember what's important. Keep things in the proper perspective, okay?
Okay, that's a bit of a fucky kind of analogy, but okay. Alright. So I can't see shit.
Snake, are you okay?
Otacon, were there any other stealth prototypes?
No, there were only 5.
So, this isn't stealth camouflage then.
What are you talking about?
Someone's aiming at me in the middle of this blizzard.
It's her!
This ain't great.
Wolf? Sniper Wolf?
Yes, it's her. It's definitely her.
Otacon, you sound like you're happy.
No, I'm not.
So then what is it?
Snake, please don't kill her.
Are you insane?
Please! She's a good person. You'd know that if you talked to her.
Listen to me, kid. She's a merciless killer.
I can see you perfectly from here. I told you, I'd never quit the hunt. Now you're mine.
Wolf, no, you can't.
Don't get between a wolf and its prey.
You're pretty good if you can hit me in this storm.
You see, women naturally make better soldiers.
Wolf, don't do this.
Snake,
Wild.
I'm near. Can't you sense me near you?
It's
No.
a mistake for a sniper to reveal her location.
Is that right? Well, I'm going to send you a love letter, my dear. Do you know what that is? It's a bullet straight from my gun to your heart.
Please, Wolf. Snake, no!
Quiet! Don't get in our way.
Now I'm gonna pay you back for Meryl.
You men are so weak. You can never finish what you start.
Now comes a problem. How the fuck do I get out of this situation? I forgot she gets on the call. Hi there, Sly Red. Welcome to the stream. Do you remember this fight? Any cool tricks I can try? Ow. Nah, she just shoots me. Ow. Fuck you. Pain.
What's wrong? Snake!
This is gonna be painful. Here's the problem is, I don't have a good line of sight on her from here. And they're asking me... Nikita can get to her, there's a ramp on the ground. Alright, I'm gonna at least switch to body armor. Just so then that way bullets are not as strong against me. So there's a ration.
Snake, are you okay?
Alright, skip all this. Cause I already got the little thingy-madiggy of we're not trying not to kill. Hi there, Davey boy! Yes, we're going through Metal Gear. And this is gonna get to a painful part, I imagine, because I'm not good at the sniper thingy-madiggy with a controller. Alright. Damn it! Some bits I'm having fun, but then there are other bits. Okay, so I can't actually shoot her from here, it seems. Can I shoot her from here, I wonder? You're peckless, so... Damn it! There we go. Oh. Oh, it's just like, I am most certainly going to be going with this missile technique. Because, like, oh, Jesus. There we go. Damn it. I've got like 10 of these, so hopefully I can get some decent shots. And then swap to this, go to there, swap to that, there we go, and then to this, and to that. There we go. And then shoot again. It is most certainly going to be a case of missiling her to death. I hate how they gave me FAMAS ammo as well, because I'm like, am I supposed to be able to like run up closer to her? Because I don't think that's the case. What the? There we go. So that was with like 3 bullets. I don't think she gets a good shot at me with where I am. Here we go. Did you know you can go into first person driving the missile? I did not know that. I know that now. Yes. All right, I got 6 more bullets. So she's still in the same position as before. Gotcha! That is a great tip there, Sly. The spy shows how full level explodes at MT. Okay. Don't give me too many hints about this game. I do appreciate you telling me about the first person thingy-majiggy, but won't be requesting anything else. Damn it. I've only got like 3 more shots left. Damn it. 2 more shots left. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And then turn here, and then turn there. Gotcha! Alright, 2 more bullets. Hopefully we get her with this one. I remember this thing being so much faster in the, what's-a-mahoozy in the labs. Got her! Yeah! Absolutely gonna just missile her to death. Thank you, Sly, for the tips. Hell yeah. Now, hopefully, I don't get, you know, whammied again. 3 streams into this game, and I was not told I can go into first-person shooter with the Nikita.
Waited for this moment.
What's-a-mahoozy, thingamabob, doohickey. Oh, yeah.
Is my job.
Why, Wolf?
Never moving.
Well, because there wasn't any more werewolves, so there was only Y. Here we go.
I am long shot. You cannot save me.
I threw 8 missiles at you, woman. You weren't shot in the lung. You were exploded several times.
I am a Kurd.
A what?
I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
A Kurd. So that's why you're called Wolf.
This makes no sense to me.
I was born on the battlefield. Raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies.
There we go.
Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters. That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me.
Yeah.
I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye to our misery. But then, he appeared.
Liquid?
My hero. Saladin.
Who?
He took me away from all that.
Who?
You mean Big Boss?
I became
Hi,
a
Nick.
sniper. Hidden. Watching everything through a rifle's scope.
No idea who Saladin
Now I
is.
could see war. Not from inside, but from the outside. As an observer.
Long time no see. It has
I
been
watched the
a
brutality,
long time.
the stupidity of mankind through the scope of my rifle. I joined this group of revolutionaries to take my revenge on the world. But ashamed of myself and my people. I am no longer the wolf I was born to be. In the name of vengeance, I sold my body and my soul. Now I am nothing more than a dog.
Wolves are noble animals. They're not like dogs. In Yupik, the word for wolf is Keglanek, and the Aleuts revere them as honorable cousins. They call mercenaries like us dogs of war. It's true. We're all for sale at some price or another. But you're different. Untamed. Solitary. You're no dog. You're a wolf.
Who are you? Are you Saladin?
Wolf. You spared Meryl's life.
She was never my real target. I don't kill for sport.
Rest easy. You'll die as the proud wolf you are.
I finally understand. I wasn't waiting to kill people. I was waiting for someone to kill me. A man like you. You're a hero. Please, set me free.
Why?
Oh, you were there. Cool. Yeah, I can't exactly keep him alive. She's shot in the lung after several explosions.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me. Everyone's here now. Oh, okay, hero. Set me free.
Goodbye.
Yep, they're doing it in a wooze.
Snake, you said that love could bloom on the battlefield. But I couldn't save her. What are you doing?
Returning it to its owner. I don't need a handkerchief.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed.
The handkerchief could have been useful if I had to deal with any more wolves, though.
I know.
You'll have to protect yourself now. Don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
If I can't stop Metal Gear, this whole place will probably be bombed to hell.
Yeah.
We might not meet again.
I'll hang on to my codec. I want to keep helping.
You can leave anytime. Get a head start. A head start on your new life.
Snake!
Oh, that's a cool emote.
What was she fighting for?
Snake in a... Oh my god, that's a global emote as
What
well.
am I fighting for? What
That's
are you
cool.
fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Nice. Oh, it must have been for Metal Gear Solid Delta, because it has like the Delta logo on the
Okay.
side.
I'll be searching too.
Alrighty. Actually, I don't want to deal with this boss fight again.
In China, they say it's better to.
Yeah, cool. Alrighty. Well, fuck that guy. Annoying. Alright, so we got 2 different doors. Alright, what the fuck is in this room? Okay. Pain. And for whatever reason, the claymore is frozen. Oh, sorry, not the claymore. The, one to lean on the wall at the south side. Don't... Okay. It's marked as a tag. Do not tell me things, please. This is, like, this is legitimately my first time playing through the Metal Gear Solid series. Alright. So, no point on that bullet, no point on that bullet. How else... Was I supposed to be able to get into this room during the boss fight? Is that why? Let's see what you see. And then there's a... I don't remember this being here. Oh, hang on. Let's go... Chafe grenade? Chafe grenades up the wazoo, thank goodness. Hi there, Izzy! Thank you, Izzy, for the notice. I, like, there's a phrase, like, I'm pretty sure I have it as, like, as a response on my thingy-madiggy. It's gonna... Is it here? Hang on. No, it isn't here. But there is a phrase that I like to use in other people's streams, and it's a really good way to explain it on my side. Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game. That's how I like to... Because here's the thing, is that, like, there are a series of video games that I have personally not played until I started streaming. So, to give you some, like, you know, examples... I have not gone through, like, before streaming, I had not gone through Devil May Cry, Kingdom Hearts. There are... Alright, so that one I can't go through. That one's a bad idea to go through. This one I can go through. Uh-huh. Sock'em bullets. Yeah, cool. So yeah, so... What? Okay. I thought I got to an ending screen. I thought I got into an ending screen there. Hang on a second. Press the options. Now checking. So, okay. Yeah, so before I did streaming, some of the video games that I have played that I have on stream were games that I've never played before. For instance, ran out of disk space. Honestly, I was wondering what the fuck was going on. But yeah, Devil May Cry, Kingdom Hearts, Spyro, Metal Gear Solid, which is what we're going through right now. There are a few video games out there that I have not played before. Games that I have played before, like Mass Effect, BioShock, I've played those games before. I played them again on stream. Mass Effect was like a fun little memory lane thing for me personally, because like I remember playing through that game, and it was like one of the games I played when I started streaming 4 years ago, and I was able to like, you know, go through the stuff, and like when we get to like, you know, Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, where it's a case of, oh, I know what is side content and what is just, you know, busybody work, I was able to avoid the busybody work on stream and make it so that offline stream stuff, such as, you know, acquiring resources, going to the different planets for like, you know, crazy amounts of deposits and yada yada, I was able to do that off stream, leaving the on-stream content for being like, you know, all gas, no brakes kind of stuff. But yeah, so all this just to say, please don't spoil things for me. Like, I know some people who have previously played through the Metal Gear Solid series probably have like a really strong, like, you know, like they might have a really good memory of like, oh yeah, like, you know, we have like a really good memory of like, you know, some of the stuff that you need to complete through and such, where like, sure, because it's an older game, it doesn't really tell you that too well. Damn it. Not good, not good. Alright, cool. So, probably better going with the SOCOM. So it looks like we're in... Stun grenades, cool. Alright. How in the fuck do you want me out of here? Is it about to tell me to put in, like... No. Okay, cool. I thought it was about to tell me to put in the first disc again, but I guess not. Alright. So... I'm probably gonna check the radio at some point. Alright, so I can't use the FAMAS bullet. Alright, Campbell, tell me what I want to know.
Snake, look at your sea rations. They're frozen. You can't use frozen sea rats.
Until they defrost, you won't be able to replenish your energy. Be very careful.
They'll defrost in a warm place. Probably just your bare skin would be fine.
Uh-huh.
Your sea rations are frozen? Never eat frozen sea rats. It'll cause a temperature in...
Cool.
The elevator is stopped at a lower floor and it won't come up. Is there some way to get to an elevator that will take me down further?
Well, there is one, but
Where?
can you see to the west of the blast furnace? You see that crane? I think if you go down those steps, you'll get to the other side.
Did you ever see anyone actually go down there?
No, but I've seen mice go there.
Do I look like a mouse to you?
Be careful of that crane, too.
Oh. Okay, I see what's going on. So I need to be... Man, this is janky. This feels like a bit of a, like, I'm trying to utilize the system of, like, you know, hugging against the wall, which I've not normally had to do naturally. So for this game to be like, oh yeah, like, you got to do that in order to go from one side to another. I feel like this is some sort of, like, you know, glitch of the speed running stat or some bullshit. There we go. And then we go across like this. I used the D-pad that time for that one. Thank you for the Sockum bullets. I need that. Another ration is always good. Here we go, here we go. Alrighty. Fucking hot as shit.
What's wrong? Snake! Snake!
Ah! Here we go. Just got absolutely fucking burned. Alright, now we keep moving. What?
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
What was that about? That's bullshit. I didn't deserve that. I did not deserve whatever the fuck happened there. Was it because of the rats? Was it because of the rats deciding to walk? It better not be because of the rats. Again! What the fuck? This makes no sense. There we go. Alright, where's the guy? Okay. Alright, and then keep the key card. And then we'll use the chafe grenades here. Okay, so no point going... Oh, wait, unless... Is there? Not from here, it looks like, which is a little bit annoying. Darn. That was a waste of a... Actually, hang on. Let's go to the next section. And then we'll save. I don't want to have, like, save scumming, like, you know, be told off for save scumming.
You caught Snake?
I don't know if this game is gonna be, like, annoyed with me and to enough of a level where it's like, oh, you save too often. Please stop doing that. We're gonna disable it for a little while.
In China, they say, the snake, knowing itself, strikes swiftly. It means that if you have confidence that what you are doing is part of your true nature, there should be no hesitation. I don't know whether your orders are in your true nature or not, but, Snake, believe in yourself.
Why are you giving me this sagely nonsense? Like... Alright, so we're in a cargo elevator. More FAMAS bullets. I don't know what we just picked up then. Here we go. So... Oh, I was on the wrong... I was just standing on the wrong side of the panel. Never mind. My bad. What in the fuck?
Damn.
There we go. That was tricky. Just a little bit, but thankfully I didn't die. I was close to dying, which was a little bit annoying, but I don't know if the FAMAS has, like, a better way of dealing with the armored personnel than just, you know, laying out, like, 3 clips on them or not. So... yeah. No shotgun bullets. the fuck were those?
Snake! Watch out! Snake!
Snake! This game really... Alright, so instead of body armor, were they mines? Okay, so it was claymores. Fuck's sake. Just popping out of fucking nowhere. Oh, thank Christ, a ration. You're managing, by the by, trying to get through the commissions, but man, you're taking much longer than you wished. The weather, honestly, sounds like it's being an absolute piss poor for you, and, you know, terraforming options are not financially, like, you know, available to you. Chat, you should go check out Izzy the Fat Cat. I'm pretty sure they're an artist that are always open for commissions, and you can get to their details via their I was about to say their Patreon, but that's not correct. They're, via their Twitch account, if they've done the setup and what have you. Alright, so there's the next stage. Oh, cool. I can hear the bird. Fucking birds.
Snake, I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
Is this conversation secure?
Don't
Does
worry.
it matter?
The monitor's off.
Okay.
What's up?
I was in the FBI too, you know.
I didn't know that. What's your point?
Dr. Hunter's story about her background, about her grandfather being an assistant secretary to Hoover in the FBI.
I was not aware of this
Going
history.
undercover to investigate the mafia in New York.
Yeah, what about it?
It was all a big lie.
What did you say?
It was really bothering me. Why would she lie about it?
She lied.
She might be a spy.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese? Yeah. Well, back then, there wasn't a single Asian investigator.
Look, this is probably like all...
The undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even...
This is probably all really important context, but I have...
in Chicago.
But, like, I have not given a shit about Naomi Hunter and her background.
The chief and the president mysteriously dying, and that ninja. Too many strange things are happening.
Are you saying that Naomi might be behind it?
I don't know. Either that, or she's working with the terrorists.
Could it be?
If I find out anything, I'll call. In the meantime, be careful.
Thank you.
Colonel, where's Naomi?
I'm right here, Snake. What is it?
Oh, nothing. Forget it.
Strange.
Snake, by now those terrorists have finished their launch preparations. Stop wasting time.
I want to ask you about Naomi.
I'm looking into the details now. but it doesn't look good. Weren't you ever suspicious about her, Snake?
Nope, not one bit.
Snake, keep your guard up.
Not one bit. No response from Meryl. Autogon, what's your response?
If you take that elevator down, you'll wind up in the warehouse. Metal Gear's underground maintenance base is just past there.
Crows.
What?
There are a lot of crows here.
There were crows around from before, but for some reason they started to really increase in number around the same time that Foxhound came to the base. It's really weird. I wonder what
To be honest, the weather hasn't been hard for me in the last couple of days. It's just that I overestimated the amount of time I've spent on this piece. Okay. No response. Alright, you know what? Stun grenade, here we go. Never mind, we get into a cutscene. And I have no, what's-a-mathoozy,
Mei Ling, how's Naomi?
She's fine, I guess. What's up?
Oh.
What do you want, Snake? If you want to talk to Naomi, why don't you call her?
Oh, it's nothing. Forget about it.
Strange guy.
There we go.
Good luck, Snake.
Snake, by now those terrorists have finished their long...
Alright. There we go. Rations, Nikita missiles. I am more Nikita missiles and C4 this time. Most certainly going to be using the Nikita missiles probably a lot more. No use. Why is it no use? Because it's a fucking snowstorm, or that there's too many crows disrupting the heat seeking?
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the
The shit?
Right, my friends? Listen, they agree. How dare you kill my friends? Ravens aren't scavengers like most people think. They're simply returning to the natural world, that which is no longer needed. Sometimes they even attack wounded foxes.
You were the one in the M1 tank? Must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you.
He is a big boy, and he's just carrying around a giant barrel on his back, probably filled with ammo.
The Ravens and I were testing to see what kind of man you were. The judgment is decided. The Ravens say you are a true warrior.
Am I hallucinating?
Just the eagle, like, popping out of his fucking head.
I can't move. The Raven has put the mark of death upon you. Blood from the east flows within your veins. Your ancestors too were raised on the barren plains of Mongolia. Inuit and Japanese are cousins to each other.
Oh my god.
We share many ancestors, you and I.
I don't have any crows in my family tree.
You jest, but indeed ravens and snakes are not the best of friends. Nevertheless, you will make a worthy adversary. You live in Alaska too. You know of the World Eskimo Indian Olympics?
Yeah,
The what?
I know it. Must be a real threat in the muck duck eating contest.
Yes, you are right. But there is another event that I excel at. It is called the ear pull. It is an event where two opponents pull each other's ears while enduring the harsh cold. It tests spiritual as well as physical strength. You want to pull each other's ears? The form is different, but the spirit is the same. Rejoice, Snake! Ours will be a glorious battle. This isn't glorious, it's just plain killing. Violence isn't a sport. Well, we'll see if there's iron in your words.
What the? And I shot myself like the idiot I am. Let's try that again. I cannot imagine playing this on the original PlayStation where I have to go to like previous saves and what have you. Missile, C4. Oh, actually, maybe that's another thing I should try, is putting the C4 down. Rations and Nikita missiles. Let's give this a try.
Get up! Shit! Omega! I need that! I need that shirt! About the claymore I put there earlier. Shit. The claymore's weirdly a good technique. I just need to have a better, like, you know, what's with the Nikita to not have it, you know, facing him, because otherwise he's just gonna shoot it out with his SMG. Alright, so swap to the claymore real quick. So I've got 7 of them that I can just be setting up and lying around. Alrighty, and it gives me Nikita missiles here. Here we go. Let's try this again. forgot about the claymore I put there myself. Shit. This is not really demonstrating deja vu. Yeah, just deja vu of like, huh, I wonder, why is there a claymore there? It's like, yeah, because I put it there. Alright, heat him. So... I'll probably just need to put the claymores, like, a lot closer to him. So then that way, like, they're going off, like, almost instantaneously to him rounding that corner. Damn it.
Come on now!
Why is he running around in this fashion? Fucking claymore I put there! The claymores are weirdly like a nice technique for me. Because like, you know, if he's close enough to them, but if I'm not close enough to them, and I don't crawl to pick them up again, oh boy. How the fuck have I gone through so much of this game with this kind of level of screwing up? Alright, let's go direction. Torpedo missile. Alright, so stun grenade is probably not like the best thing to run. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. So this, that. Alright, claymores. go.
Come on out! Come on out! I'm here! Come on out!
Damn it, I forgot the marker.
It doesn't sit where I am, it sits where he is. He moves, like, quite a bit. Alright, put on the body armor. Let's do C4 here. Is he like chasing after me, or like what's his goal? What's his end game? Like, what is this pattern he's doing? Yeah, I have no rhyme or reason. Come on. Give me an understanding of your running pattern. Now, are you just such a big man that, like... fuck is he going and what is his end goal?
My end goal is to show up unannounced.
Oh, Jesus! Blue! Fuck! What? How did you get in here?
How do you think?
Welcome. Hi. Have you ever played Metal Gear Solid before?
No, I have it on the shelf. I haven't even played it yet.
Oh, cool. So this is going to be some great tutorialization for you. We're going up against some big dude with a machine gun in like an ice packing like room or something like that. He's painful to deal with.
All I could say is, good luck, thumbs up.
Yep.
While I am unpacking my PAX loot.
Alright, I need to...
So, the funny thing is, XP Pen was at PAX.
Who?
XP Pen, they're one of the companies that make drawing tablets and displays.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, and I got this tablet from them for like 65 bucks because they were selling a lot of tablets for discount.
Nice, 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 nice.
And I bought the last portable stand, so I kind of pissed people off.
Of course you did. When have you ever not?
I always do this. I legit buy something, and it turns out I buy the very last one. I don't know if I'm super lucky, or I just have enough luck to save myself.
Must be luck. Damn it.
He just shot the missile.
Yeah, he's got like a giant machine gun, so like, I'm trying like not to get caught in his line of fire, cause, you know.
Yeah, spam inside B, that's how you win this fight.
Yeah, here we go. And I don't have any more, what's in the Uzi, which is the problem. Okay, but I do have another claymore I could drop on him. Or let's try grenade spam. Or I get caught by my own grenade because I'm an idiot.
How do I say this? How does the AI say grenade? The grenade.
I have no idea how the AI does this thing. Also, I need to adjust the where's my window? Because like I just realized that your display is like gonna, because I didn't do like a little window pop up, so you have no idea how my playthrough is gonna be going, and I need to swap sources real quick. Please don't have the game decide to. There we go. All right, cool. So all that gets moved around and such. Hit that little pop-up window. Now I can change the source. Oh, not stop the thing. Just, here we go. Preview window, 1080p. You can get it in 30 frames a second, because that's what you get. So yeah.
30 frames a second?
A full 30 frames a second, like classic PlayStation 1 games.
Perfect.
Perfect.
I want that nostalgia.
So yeah. So yeah, is Metal
Okay.
Gear Solid gonna be something on your to-do list? Game of nostalgia?
Eventually, I'm doing it when the hype for it dies down.
What do you mean when the hype for it dies down?
Remember, everyone's people have still got the, what is it? The remake of Snake Eater on their mind.
Oh, Metal Gear Solid 3. How it's being remade into Metal Gear Solid Delta. Yep. I guess it is kind of still on people's minds, but the thing is that people have kind of moved from that already and have gone to Ghost of Yotei, I've noticed. Meanwhile, I need to go and put chopped lettuce into your fried noodles. Best of luck, Izzy. Don't chop off more than the lettuce.
I will enjoy this tablet. I actually gave it a try at PAX, but the problem I had with it is that they put the worst laptop with it, so the drivers and that weren't right. But it's not the fault of the tablet, it's basically, that's a PC problem. Oh, this stand comes with its own,
I should just use the FAMAS on him.
The FAMAS is a French gun.
Ow! And he just like had... Get up,
Yeah.
get up.
Watch out, he has head. So I'm telling work that I'm not coming in for the rest of the week.
Oh, for the rest of the week? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just telling them, I'm telling them, I'm going on sick leave, thanks.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Because, turns out my cough got worse.
He got Rona again. Or Conflu.
It got worse to the point where my, today I already had 5 nosebleeds.
Ew, that's not good.
I would say I lost enough blood to fill a small paper cup.
Alright, so the FAMAS isn't doing too hot. I'm an idiot. I just shot myself again.
Save that for the enemy.
Yeah.
What's wrong? Snake!
I was doing about the same as I was before you arrived. I was getting blown up by my own claymores and such.
Maybe stop blowing yourself up.
Maybe. I'll need to like open up a comm link with the Colonel, and maybe he'll give me like a quick tip on, you know, the best way to deal with this giant hulking dude with a machine gun and shit.
Maybe don't point the thing at yourself. That's probably the best thing. Plus, maybe try to abuse C4.
Yeah, we'll give the C4 a try. It's just like you can only like place it down and such, and I don't know if I can. All right, so swap to Body Armor real quick. And let's try, as you said, C4.
So, like, here's the thing, like, you can distract him with claymores and C4, and then you stinger missile him in the face. Like, don't expect the C4 or the claymores to do the damage, just use them as a distraction. That's what I think.
Go, so
sometimes I wonder if you're looking at your minimap.
I am.
Come on out.
So Stinger missiles there. Gonna pick up that ration. So I got that on me. Ow, I thought I could, like, go around him to the side, but I guess not. Never mind. It's not easy.
Man, they changed Discord Reactive again.
Oh yeah, no. Well, wait, no. How long ago? When was the last time you looked at Discord Reactive? It's like it's been changed for like over a month now.
I haven't looked at it for then.
Yeah, no. So they've made a change. So now instead of having, so you can now set up different sources, and you have like include and excludes, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Because what this means is that you can create your classic group source, which is basically, oh, let me just exclude myself, and then it shows everyone in the VC. Or you can set up individual sources. So they have ones where it's like, oh, I only want a source for, the person Blue, Foxy, and Icy, like it is down here. Or, like, for Malflon, who does, like, trivia games and such, they might want to have some people in, like, quote-unquote Team A, and then another group in Team B. So what they'll do is they'll be like, okay, here's my source for Team A, adding in, so they include the following people and excluding themselves or something like that. And then Team B is with a different set of groups. That way, even if the person, like, leaves and joins into the VC and such, it doesn't mess up on, like, the other team's, VC positions or anything like that.
Oh man.
Make sense?
Can't believe I'm separating guests by what group they belong to.
Alright. So, fuck it.
Your chat is currently active. What side are you on? Do you like mashed potatoes, or are you on the side of baked potatoes?
Ooh.
And no, we're not going to go into the fried potato business because we already know what happens with that.
I don't know what happens with that.
Because everyone's going to automatically say fried potatoes. Like, honestly, if you make mashed potatoes well, they could actually be really nice.
There we go. So there's the first one out of the way. So Nikita does a fairly decent job.
We can kill this man. What's happening with the claymores?
So the claymores will just disappear, which is not too great. So, like, if I crawl on the ground though, then I can thankfully, like, pick them up again.
Well, you're doing a Call of Duty strat, which is placing the claymore in front of an enemy and then just hope that it doesn't affect you.
No, they will most certainly affect me, so I have to be very mindful. Alright. So, I just need to figure out where he is. Oh. Nope. Okay, so he's like down in that lane.
Come on out.
Alright. I don't know where I place my bombs. Gonna need to really quickly get that bomb detector up again.
Sheesh, this is giving me everything.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really a long enough cable.
Fuck!
Hot diggity dog.
There we go. Alright, and then... God damn it! I see Beacon is teaching you the ear pull. This is bullshit, is what it is.
At least you picked up the Claymore when you died.
Yeah. Here's the thing I do like in this Master Collection. There are checkpoints. This did fuck me over when I died to Revolver Ocelot during a torture sequence, because I didn't save after the boss fight explicitly. So instead of having the checkpoint save me, I had to quit to the menu instead of clicking continue. And because I quit, I can only go to the last save I had, which was like a whiles back. Which was very annoying. Alright. Yeah. So we're gonna go to Claymore. Like, instant apply Claymore. And then... But yeah, I don't get his AI. Like, is he trying to avoid me? So he has, like, long sight lines, or... Like, that's the thing, is, like, I don't know what the rhyme or reason is for the... Ow. Because, yeah, if I run up behind him... Get up, you fucker.
Okay, where's the manual?
Come on. Ow. No, get moving! There, you see what I have to deal with?
Oh, I can see. Damn it. If I knew how this fight works, then I would cheese it, but I don't know how this fight works. That's the problem, is I don't have a rhyme or reason for his AI. Like, I cheesed the last fight with Sniper Wolf. That one I could cheese, but this one I don't understand. Like, what is... Like, I don't know, I don't understand his AI. I kind of have an idea of how the fight works.
Well, I will accept your input, Blue, on this one. So, ding, dong. So we pick up the C. Yeah, because C4, bullshit, honestly. Does not work as well as I thought. Thankfully I got more claymores than I thought. And then... eat the ration. Swap to claymore instantaneously. Alright.
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the road for you. Right, my friends? Listen, they agree. How dare you kill my friends? Ravens aren't scavengers like most people think. They're simply returning to the natural world, that which is no longer needed. Sometimes they even attack wounded foxes.
You were the one in the M1 tank? Must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you.
But that was no true battle. The Ravens and I were testing to see what kind.
I know most want to figure this out yourselves, so if you want a hint, just ask. Understandable. Alright, so he is there. So he goes up and down. Oh, shit. Move. No, don't stay on the ground. Move.
Where's the artists in the chat?
They're busy having dinner. My chat is not as cool as your chat, I'm sorry to say.
Wow.
Alright, so there's the first Nikita. Just need to figure out...
Basically, someone with a drawing tablet of some kind.
There's a few of those out there, I'm sure. Alright, back to Nikita again. Damn it. Alright, let me just quickly swap to the mine so I can see where my mine is. Or he just, you know... Okay, that is a little bit bullshit how...
I don't know what was happening, but I was having a bad time.
Oh yeah, no, I'm having a bad time too. Alright, so is he gonna... So he skirts around here. And...
You have a droid tablet?
That is the wrong missile. Hi there, YY! Oh, Night Sky has a drawing tablet, it seems. Nice.
So if I came with a protective film, is it recommended to put this thing on?
Do you does it have a display?
No.
Alright, what rhyme or reason does he have to going one way or another? I'm watching, like, I don't have a really good view of his radar, so I don't have a good idea of how quickly he's...
Alright, because it came with a free protective film.
Gonna turn this way? No.
Yeah.
Thank you for the traffic cone. There we go.
Go away, Microsoft Defender.
Oh, Jesus! There we go. Oh, I'm all out of claymores. Damn it! The film does nothing. If you want it on, won't affect it. Yeah.
Alright.
Oh my god, he's so close to dead as well, but I'm so close to dead! Shit!
Who is Raven? Oh, that's so Raven! Okay, what else has this come with? Oh, it comes with a drawing glove that is apparently right-handed. Ooh, I got pen nubs.
Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. Oh, he was so close to dead as well!
Snake, what happened? Snake.
You're getting closer.
I am getting closer, but it's like I barely have an understanding of his his pathing still. Like, that's the thing, is like I feel like I still have like a fundamental misunderstanding of like why he moves around as he does. Because the Sniper Wolf, it's like if I try and get closer, it also shoots me and all that kind of nonsense, and I just went into the corner to and also I have like no rations. And then so I'm gonna try and get a few shots in with the Nikita first, because I think he's easier to get with the Nikita at the start. Alright. So he's there. go. So that's one hit in so far. That's not the hit I wanted. There we go. Oh. Here we go.
Come on out.
There we go. Hi there, Super Mario. I am fighting for my goddamn life.
How many times did you have to keep doing this?
Several times.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. There we go. We got him down to halfway. Now his movements get way more sporadic, which is not too great. Cannot pick up any more support. Ow! Why didn't the Claymore get him then? Shit! No! Get up, get up, get up!
Give me a second, I'll be right back.
Oh boy. this is a tough one. I just don't. I wish the minimap was just a little bit bigger, because like it's in a 4x4. I just wish I knew like how his movements operated, because there's a pattern. Every pathing has patterns. It should not be that difficult to figure out the pattern. And once again, I'm shooting myself rather than... Get up! Honestly, one of the more difficult ones to deal with. Like, when he was in the tank, he wasn't this bad. Ugh. ration. I'm just annoyed as well that I have, like, no rations whatsoever going into this fight as well, so I don't have, like, a lot of the protections I normally can have. Alright, so body armor real quick, and swap to Kita. Damn it! No, not in front of my face, you idiots! Oh, I'm so dumb. Did I ever ride an electric scooter? Yes.
Several times. Also, I know there's a ration here I can pick up, so there we go. Grab that ration. Grab that Stinger missile. Whatever good that will do. Ah! Once again, This is tough. I wish I could just give the controller to Blue, but unfortunately, Discord has not come up with that kind of a clever thingamadiggy. Is it a good idea to buy a scooter that accelerates to 105 kilometers an hour? If you have a helmet. Also, why are you asking me for safety? There are much better resources for safety. Do I look like I am a pinnacle of safety, considering like the amount of like effort it takes for me to deal with a dude with a machine gun? What part of this stream makes it seem like as if I am going to be the suitable candidate for answering your electric scooter inquiries?
You only live once.
Don't listen to Blue. Alright, here we go. So, I almost have a process in mind. God damn you! So, I get him there. I try and stay close to him. Nope. Not that close. almost had this, and now I don't. And now he's doing even worse shooting. Are you fucking kidding me? So,
As the boss said, it is my existence.
so if he's not already shooting and he does like the whip around, it's like, yeah, he'll just shoot the rocket out of the sky. But if he's already trying to, like, say, fire at me, so you see the bullets flying and such, the Nikita can just zoom past the bullets, apparently.
In that way, I will return to Mother Earth who bore me.
God damn it. So I only needed to do, like, a stealthy Nikita heat on him once, but then every time he would do a reactionary hit back, I can just be like, oh yeah, no, the Nikita will just go right through. Oh...
Snake.
Congratulations.
The cheap way is set mines and tap the boxes to keep luring him into them. Wait, so the cheap way, he will... I was tapping on the walls and such. He wasn't chasing after me. Because it didn't seem like he would do chasing after me kind of mechanics.
A world that I do not wish to know.
Ugh.
Go and do battle with him. I will be watching from above.
I don't know...
First,
so far, the boss battles here have just been feeling cheap. Sniper Wolf has been okay, where it's like, oh yeah, you've got like a shooting gallery kind of thing going off. That one, I was kind of fine with. Psycho Mantis, however, being like, oh, you need to plug it into the second controller. The second Sniper Wolf fight, I have to, you know, do the Nikita to not deal with her bullshit again. You didn't hate shoot one crow. I think I did accidentally shoot one of the crows. Like, they were flying around and I punched one.
He copied his subjects down to the blood.
I'm sorry, what?
So he drained the chief's blood and took it into himself. But he wasn't able to deceive the Angel of Death.
What the fuck?
Angel of Death. But why go to so much trouble? Why impersonate the chief?
That is the end of my hint. You must solve the rest of the riddle yourself.
I was barely paying attention. I was just so angry and talking about my feelings about dealing with the bosses in this game so far.
There's no such thing as boundless slaughter. There's always an end to it. But you are different.
What are you trying to say?
The path you walk on has no end. Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies.
Painful. I hated it.
Will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you.
Yay! Alright. I am most certainly gonna save after this.
It's me.
Master.
It's about Naomi. Turn your monitor off.
What about Naomi?
Colonel, is Naomi there?
No, she's away. She's taking a short nap. So what is this about Naomi?
Okay, maybe we'd better let the Colonel hear this too.
Yeah. Go on, Master.
Well, basically, Dr. Naomi Hunter is not Dr. Naomi Hunter at all.
What?
What?
I thought her story of her background sounded kind of fishy, so I checked it out.
And?
There is an actual Dr. Naomi Hunter, or I should say, there was one. But she's not the woman we know. The real Naomi Hunter disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. Our Naomi must have somehow obtained her identification papers.
So then who is she really?
She must be some kind of spy.
A spy?
Yes. Maybe she's been
Ow.
sent to sabotage
Why'd you
this
gotta throw a
operation.
knife at me?
Are you saying she's with the terrorists?
I don't want to believe it either, but she is working for Foxhound.
So you think she had a part in the uprising?
Or she could be working with some different group altogether.
Different group? It couldn't be.
Place her under arrest.
What?
She's betrayed us. She needs to be arrested and interrogated to find out who she's with.
If she's one of their spies, then we're in big trouble.
He's stuck.
What do you mean?
Me.
Nothing.
Have you let her in on some kind of vital secret or something? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious deaths of the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president?
I have no idea.
Anyway, we cannot allow her to participate any further in this mission.
Wait a minute. Without her, we can't complete this mission.
I knew it. You're hiding something.
Give me some time. I'll try to get it out of her.
Hurry then. We've got to figure out who she is and what she's doing here.
I understand. Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
Instantly saving here. Hi there, Fakovia.
Something strangely or anything?
No, I just can't believe that Naomi's an enemy spy. I refuse to accept that.
I don't want to believe it either, but...
Wait, will Bold work with the dropping knife redeem? Yeah, they'll work because the fact of the matter is that they are... It's because they're two separate things going off and, you know, ideally I shouldn't. Hi there, Hawaiian Pizza. Oh, hi there, Lester. Saving here. Alright. Is Meryl available yet? No, they are not. What about Otacon?
I don't know anything about Dr. Naomi, so there's not much I can say. But Snake, I think you'd better leave that to Colonel Campbell. Don't you think you'd better just get to the control room?
I do.
But Snake...
Alrighty. Actually, is there any supplies here that I've missed? So there was the rations. Actually, I'll just keep them in the thingamadiggy for now. Pick the stinger ammo. Crows are just doing their thing. More stinger ammo. Nikita ammo this time. Another ration here. Here. Alrighty, cool. Alright, Hawaiian Pizza got a watch. Oh, Hawaiian Pizza has a lot more, what's-in-the-hoosey to do. Oh my goodness, a chafe grenade. They are most certainly going to be... I've not had to deal with trapdoors for a while.
Well done, man. Well done.
So why you don't buy electric scooter for yourself, Grant? They're expensive, first and foremost. So that's the first thing, number one. Number two, I am, like, you know, utilizing public transport to get from one place to another YY. So that is, like, that's the better method for me because it only costs me, like, 50 cents for any travel or something like that. It's glorious. Brisbane/Queensland has introduced in their public transport system 50-cent fares per trip, no matter the distance or how many zones you travel and such like that. Do you get something cool like that where you're living blue? 50-cent and travel fare?
No.
I thought not. So yeah.
But I drive.
But yeah. One, public transport just suits me a lot more, especially with like how cheap it is. Number two, owning electric scooters or any other kind of transport above is just an expense that I cannot afford. I am a full-time zebra, and, you know, that's barely enough to pay for bills by myself, along with the rent that I currently have and whatever costs there are in, like, you know, trying to live and what have you. Blue is a lucky person, because Blue, I'm pretty sure you have a house or some bullshit like that, don't you? I don't know.
I'm still renting.
Oh, he's still renting. Okay. Well, all of us are having financial strafes here in Australia. Alrighty. We move back over to the chafe grenade. I'm gonna throw that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Probably wasting my chafe grenades here. I should just go through the door. There we go. So yeah. You're welcome to, you know, because, oh, actually, no, here's the thing. One of the savings goals that I have right now isn't for, like, you know, a new form of transportation or anything like that. The current thing that I'm trying, like, two things I'm trying to save up for. Number one, just having an emergency fund of, like, $5,000 or something like that, so then that way, you know, the washing machine breaks down, or suddenly have to pay for 2 different places for rent because as this place, for whatever reason, doesn't want me to, you know, get my deposit back or some bullshit. There's the rainy day fund. I'm trying to get that back up and running after ending it to save on the washing machine. But the second thing I'm trying to save up for is to go over to Texas next year. Unnamed has invited me and several other people that they're friends with to visit them over in Dallas and attend the Texas Furry Fiesta and what have you. I have told myself, and I've told a few people around, like, especially for this year because of the events of Furdu last year, where I'm not going to a convention just on the premise of, oh, you're going to go to this kind of thing because everyone else is going into this thing. No. I'm not going to be going to, you know, a furry convention that's going to cost me like $1,000+ and all that kind of nonsense just to, you know, maybe hang out with people that I've communicated with online because, you know, in the essence of Furdu, everyone is going to Furdu and they are going there for the friends that they are, you know, instinctually, like, you know, wanting to connect with and such like that. I have to put in way more effort to meet up with people at Furdu than I think a lot of people realize I have to, and I am really thankful for the people such as Ripper when I first met them, Kahlua, or Blue in last year's Furdu, where I was able to spend time with them, and Lazuli, and that came at, like, you know, the benefit of Blue purposely was looking to hang out with other people as well. I don't have an existing, like, furry circle here in, like, Brisbane, so that when I do go down to the Gold Coast and such like that, that I'm able to hang out with them and such. It's like, no, I'm one of those rare furries in the furry fandom where, quite frankly, if I disappeared from the furry fandom, there is not a net loss for me. It is quite simply a case of I'm done with the fandom, and there will be a few people that are like, oh man, I missed him, but not to, like, you know, a critical connection miss. But yeah, Texas Fur Fiesta is different because I have a friend this time around that's gone, hey, I would love for you to come to this thing. So, like, they've actually, like, invited me and asked me and wants to hang out with me and such, which is way different from all the other times I've gone to, like, a furry convention or just a convention in general. You can avoid public when you use public and get less chances to get flu or get sick to avoid high-density crowding every day. Yeah, I have a pretty decent immune system already. We've already gone through COVID here in Australia, and what's more is Australia's health system is fairly robust. Also, it's a fairly good public transport system.
Snake, it's me.
What's wrong? Did you find a good place to hide?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth gear. It looks like they've finished getting Metal Gear ready.
How do you know that?
I overheard them talking. Where are you now?
Right in front of Metal Gear, but it's
sorry for getting into a little bit of a social negative there.
There's nobody here. No guards. Nobody patrolling.
It is what it is.
It's too quiet.
Yeah.
Maybe
because I believe that when you get a bunch of people with the same issues, the same conditions, and same things, they end up creating the same issues that cause them to be in this situation in the first place.
Like Ocelot said, there's some trick to
yeah, the social contract, like, doesn't suit the scope or the scale that the furry fandom is right now.
Baker's
is what it
Files.
is.
Don't you need a password?
Of course, but there are ways.
Are you a hacker?
Because Blue and I, we've talked about this like a few times here and there. Because
like you can get in.
You know, the furry fandom is based off of the premise. Hang on. the furry fandom, for those of you that are not familiar, or maybe you are, but you kind of need to voice what you need to say. Yeah, so the furry fandom is one that, like, yes, it is an appreciation of anthropomorphized creatures and what have you. So that's the gist of it. From, like, I think as early as the 60s is when it was like formally turned into a fandom and all that kind of such, or the 70s. But the admittance, I put this in quotation because there isn't really a vetting process for people to join the furry fandom or anything like that. That's a bit of a ridiculous. It's not like you're going for a job interview or trying to enter into like a work environment like the comic book industry or the video game industry or something like that. In the furry fandom, it is very much a case of if you have an interest in the furry fandom, you're welcome to join. If you have been ostracized from other groups and what have you, this is a safe space. There are some benefits to the furry fandom with this, very loose sort of admittance, but at the same time, there is now a bit of a problem with, where, like, how people are acting within the furry fandom and what have you, because, the bad press that we've gotten of, the interpretation of the furry fandom from popular media like CSI Miami or, memes on the internet and such like that, those are not formed in a bubble. They weren't just, randomly pulled out from, like, nowhere and easy for us to dismiss and what have you. Like, there is aspects of the furry fandom where, like me, for instance, I most certainly got into the furry fandom because of ERPing in the past and what have you. So, from, like, the whole, CSI Miami showing it as, like, oh, it's a sex cult thing and all that kind of nonsense. People are interested in sex and shit. It's like, that is a gross oversimplification and taking out, like, a lot of, like, the actual, like, point of the fandom is that it's way broader than that. But you can't just simply be like, oh, we positively deny this existence altogether, because if you do that, you break away from like a group of the fandom that came into there from there. So what ends up happening is the furry fandom has grown in scale from people with various levels of both influence and commitment to the fandom. Because there are some people who like, just casual observers, like me or me and Blue when we first started, where it's like, oh, hey, we just like the furry shit and we'll like and retweet it or something like that. Then you get into then you get people who have invested, say, for example, in actually, creating content within the furry fandom. These are your streamers, your artists, your writers, like anything that is about Creative Commons. Or sorry, not Creative Commons, but any creative content, like, made by a furry doesn't have to explicitly be furry, like, because there's a whole, like, spectrum of, like, what is furry and like, the anthropomorphized, like, spectrum and what have you. So, like, anything within there is, like, content for the furry fandom and what have you. So you got, like, people like that, and then you've got some people who, like, hosting the conventions and organizing all kinds of things. Hi there, Zoe the Celestial Dragoness. Welcome to the stream. I'm playing through Metal Gear Solid, but now I've gotten into a bit of a yap session about, like, the furry fandom because, shit that goes on in the fandom and what have you, because I want to be able to go to the Dallas, Texas Fur Fiesta, because I have a friend there that is, explicitly said, I would like for you to come to that fandom, or I'd like you to come to this convention. I would love to see you there, which I think is a much better, like, I'm going to willingly put in the investment of, get a hotel, get rego and go up to the States and what have you, as opposed to, going to Furdu again, just because, people saying, oh, people just go to the furry fandom because, the Furdu because it's the biggest one in Australia, isn't a really good reason to bother going. Like, go attend attend social events because people want to socialize with you. If you're going there and no one there, I'm gonna be frank with you, you are not going to have a good time unless you are an extrovert who can do the whole, hey, I like your vibe, let's go hang out, let's do dinner, or whatever kinds of activities, and, like, actively connect with people there. you are not going to have a good time by yourself. You are going to feel like it's one thing to be alone with no one around you. It is an entirely different thing to be alone and everyone around you with similar interests vibing and connecting. That is a very like poisoned kind of alone, and I do not want anyone feeling that experience because it does not feel good, and you will have some really crazy thoughts.
On you.
Trust me, that is something I experienced too much.
Yeah. So, and the issue is like, oh, why does this happen in the furry fandom? And it's like, this happens in any fandoms, quite frankly, but the nuance of the furry fandom in this context is the fact that like it's just filled with the introverts and what have you. It doesn't really have a diverse cast. Like, it's not, I don't want to like oversimplify. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't realize I could.
Like, if you really want to make it easier on yourself, yeah, if you want to make it easier, think of it as freaking like this. Give time to people who are willing to give their time for you.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, if you keep giving time, effort, and resources to people, but they don't, bother to do anything for you back, because it's meant to be a two-way street, that just stop. Because as much as you keep trying to initiate it, they probably don't want to hang out with you in the first place.
Yeah.
Or they just don't have much of an interest. And some people think that they're nice, right? But by not even trying to reach out to people, especially those that keep trying to reach out to them, it makes you wonder, why am I putting all this effort into trying to communicate in a sort of friendship when it's always been me that keeps pushing it, not the other person trying to communicate at all.
Yeah.
Like, I understand people being busy, like, you'll know who's busy straight away. Like, for example, I know Lazuli works quite a bit. There's times where she won't even realize anything's going on for months. But it's because, she's just working too hard.
Yeah.
But then you got people, after you send them a message, that they're there, but they're not going to even, respond to you. Or they respond to you in a way that feels melancholy. It just doesn't feel right.
It's sort of less, it's like that very like long scale, like almost a bit of a corporate follow-up kind of thing where they're like, oh, hey, sorry, I missed your message or something like that. And it's like very short and not really divulging further. And like Blue and I, we've had these kinds of like negative social experiences in the furry fandom. It's not limited to the furry fandom, don't get me wrong as well. Like we have gone through middle school and high school. I've gone through university. Blue, did you go through university as well, or did you take like a different course?
Yeah, how do you think I got a hex stat?
TAFE.
Not $63,000 worth.
Jesus Christ. Oh shit. But yeah, like we've gone through like different kinds of social circles and what have you, and whenever you are in like a fandom or any sort of like, establishment that has social connections like a university or high school, there's a bit of a, like, I call it the social contract, where you learn how to socialize, and it goes off in like tiers. You learn to socialize first from your immediate family members. Like that's how you do like it's like what's the thing? I'll need to find it in the advertisement, or Blue can find it during the advertisements or what have you. But it's essentially like the whatsamahoozy, like the hierarchy of needs or something like that.
Not bad.
It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
He was a pretty careful guy.
Do you think
because at the end of the day, the things that we crave last are self-realization and self-actualization.
So, Maslow hierarchy of needs. But yeah, like, so
wait for the ads.
Yeah, we'll wait for the ads. It's like for another Don't have any friends in the furry fan that actually is near me or wants to be a social connection. Also ads.
Okay, so I connected my drawing tablet.
Mm-hmm.
It does take a bit to get used to, but thanks to the stand, it makes things easier. Maybe I might do a drawing stream.
Could be good.
But by all means, I am not an artist.
Mhm.
I'm an artist in a different way.
Oh, it just opens up this menu. Okay. Dunk. That was a big yawn. Me? I'm here, blue here. So, but yeah, so actually, no, I still want to talk about it. But yeah, like if you look at you know what? Let me get the image of the hierarchy of needs, just so you can have a So save image as.
I need replenish liquids.
Liquid. I don't have the context for why we say liquid in that fashion, but I'm just gonna go with it. Liquid. Also, where is the image? Why is it? Hang on. Why is it save image as? Oh, it saves it as an AVI file, whatever the fuck that means. Images.
Freaking AVI, sheesh.
Save image as WebP. Okay, WebP I can use. All right, so we have here the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, I know it says here, you know, because you got to work your way from the bottom and work your way up to the top. Up of like, you know, psychological needs, safety needs, love and belonging, esteem, self-actualization. So, like psychological needs and all that kind of nonsense, like, you know, you learn how to do that kind of stuff. Safety needs. So like personal security, employment, resources, health, and property. So with the furry fandom, it's trying to solve the love, like it's trying to do like the love and belonging to the esteem kind of area. Now, thanks to your parents, or you know, a father figure or mother figure, or you know, your teachers and what have you, you get through the psychological. So your parents get you through the psychological needs and what have you until you have a partner of your own. Safety needs, that is sorted out by teachers and some of your peers that are, you know, contractually invested in you doing better. So like workmates would also help you within the employment and resources. Doctors help you with the health. Banks help you with the property. Love and belonging, and then the esteem, that can come in from the furry fandom. And ideally, with the social hierarchy, with like the social contract, you have you would hope that people have already figured out how to do the psychological needs, the safety needs at the barest minimum there. Actually, no. Every time I look at this thing, I veer off from what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about it in that fashion. I need to like create my own triangle. Hang on a second.
Do you want me to explain this?
Give me a sec. I am going to let me open up Paint real quick.
Oh my god.
Yes, we're doing the Paint stream, okay? All right, here we go. So, dung ding. Alrighty. So, here's what we've got. So, if we do the triangle, all right. So, ding. So ding. Blue could probably. So yeah, like you have like your different levels and what have you. Now, ideally, from this level here, you have stuff where it's just the basic communications, right? Like you're able to. So it's just, you know, for instance, like, you know, immediate needs such as let me just get text out. It's like, you know, conveying thought, or you know, speaking. Or actually, so yeah, so it's just
What are you trying to do here?
Basic speaking, reading, writing, and like, you know, expression. So like, the understanding of like, how does someone look happy? How does like what does happy look like? What does sad look like? Like a little understanding of empathy and all that kind of nonsense. Also, can I expand this? Can I make this text larger? No, I cannot. Ding, donk, dink. So, basic speaking, reading, expression. It's candy corn. All right. Next thing that we're trying. I didn't. So so that is usually accomplished by family, parents, siblings, immediate friends that you've made and such like that. At this point here, you are dealing with schools or your work. Now these are the kinds of stuff that you need to deal with at this level are more like you've already gone through the basics of like speaking, reading, writing, and like understanding of expressions. At this point here, it's now a sort of it's a test on what's the god damn it, I am fucking up on trying to explain this triangle. I probably can't do it on this stream, and I need to actually do like some proper research on the socialized, because like the point I'm trying to make is that with the fandom there's a social contract in place, or there should be a social contract in place on how to properly deal with conflict. Because here's the and I'm not talking about conflict as in like people being aggressive with one another and like like spouting violence and threats and such like that. Conflict, I mean, in terms of agreements and disagreements, and not solving them as if to remove the disagreement, but instead trying to find ways of like having both sides in agreement and being able to learn how to like work with one another. So for instance, I'm trying to think of a good example between you and me. Like like our choices of like where we decide to go into like our works, or how we've gone like our choices in what we play in video games, like. And we're not like spewing nonsense at each other of like, oh, this is the better way to play the game and what have you like. Or when it comes to streaming, as an example, like Blue has their way of choosing how to stream and the content they want to share and such, and I have the way that I want to stream and the content I want to share.
I think if you want an example, we'll talk about your ability to get too passionate about talking about a specific topic.
Yeah.
And from that point, people in the fandom, okay, majority of the time, they're not going to do anything about it because they're afraid of conflict.
Yeah.
Whereas I will say, hey, Zeebs, you're kind of talking a bit too deep into this. You might want to give someone else a shot. Yeah. And see what goes on from there. So like the whole point is you have to give people feedback just so they can understand whether what they're doing is right or wrong, or they may be a little bit excessive.
Yeah.
And without providing feedback, it's the same as doing nothing at all, because there's too many people out there that don't want conflict, but they don't want to speak their mind. I'm not saying that everything is going to be correct or whatever, but if you at least get feedback for something, it means that, oh, okay, that means next time I could improve upon what I was doing. Like, let's say Zeebs was talking too much and gave no one a chance one time, but then later Zeebs would actually talk a little bit and see if anyone else wants to chime in. If someone else wants to chime in, continue discussion. If no one else wants to chime in, then okay, it's time to start something else.
Yeah. You've done a much better job explaining an example than I have. I'll be real with you. Also, welcome back, Zach. You missed the entire context of this conversation. I think it's just me trying once again having a frustration on like the experiences of the furry fandom after high school and university is essentially what it is. Also, thank you, Psych Hydra, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. It's just I don't know, like me. I don't have a really good way to express some of some of the frustration I have with the furry fandom, because a part of it I feel like it might just be a me gripe, but I feel like there can also be like just a fundamental thing missing from how people in the furry fandom interact with one another. And Blue gave a really good example on how one good, like, an exemplar of, area that people can go wrong in is the idea of they don't want to speak up about someone in the fandom doing something wrong, not like critically wrong, like, fascism promoting or anything like that, but just, a small little irk of being like, oh, hey, you're talking too much. And, letting someone have the correction then and there, rather than them go, like, leave the conversation oblivious to that problem, and then, not being aware of that problem until months down the track when, the straw breaks the camel's back, in which case now they're dealing with, like, multiple possible, like, social faux pas, and it's like, I didn't have the chance to correct myself on any of those social faux pas when they happened, and now I feel frightened on how to interact overall. But yeah, it's a complex subject. It's probably one that wouldn't be explained too well in a stream, like, spouting it live. It would be something that I'd need to, like, probably put into, like, pen and paper and talk with other people about.
If you want to keep it really short, all I could say is that people need to actually talk to each other to resolve things. Being quiet about it, like not telling people the reason for things, or you're not explaining your actions, it leaves them in a sense of limbo. They don't know if they did something wrong. They don't know if they, like, the other person did something wrong, or they don't even know what caused this in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, being left in the unknown makes people feel very awkward, because at that point it also does break relations with people, because if you don't talk to people just because you don't want to have conflict, you're not resolving it. You're just leaving it unresolved. It becomes a lingering thing. And the next time you see that person, you're more likely just gonna either A, completely avoid them, not talk to them or whatever, or B, you're gonna be very confrontational about it, which doesn't really help either way.
Yeah. It's difficult to do. Yeah.
Yeah. So the whole point of all this is, if you have an issue with someone, just try and talk it out. Just talk about something simple, like ask, like, what's going on? Like, did I do something wrong? Is there an issue that needs fixing? Can you help me with said issue if it's caused by me? Or is it you that has the issue? Like, maybe I can try to help you.
Yeah. And we're talking
We
small
need more of that.
things as well. We need more of, like, I would call these, like, sort of yellow card kind of faux pas, where it's very much, the example you gave me is talking too much. An example that that I would give in, like, some of the circles that I've been in, but I can't give right now because I'm no longer in communication with them, is the, hey, you're kind of speaking as if you're in, like, a position of authority and not really giving us, a means of, being able to talk with differing opinion, like stuff like chewing with your mouth open kind of stuff. Small things, inconsequential to, like, the landscape of the furry fandom. Talk to people even on small nonsense like that before it gets into a thing of, oh, you're getting awkward. We can't keep you in here. You've broken our trust. Go away.
Yeah, and then the thing is, you still have no idea what you did wrong.
So.
Like, straight up, you have no idea what caused this to happen, and then you're left with some weird doubt. Plus, the other people that are in that thing as well, aren't saying anything to you, so you feel this group mentality, which happens a lot. Not just in the fandom itself. It happens everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's very notorious here.
Oh yeah,
it's basically, what do you do when you get a bunch of people who are autistic, ADHD, freaking everyone that's on the spectrum, while I'm throwing in a bit of the LGBTQIA plus, all that other stuff, and a whole flood of hormones, emotions, and drugs. You get this weird ass soup where people are just afraid to just talk. Well, but anyway, I need to set up my controller on Steam, so don't mind me.
All right, sounds good. I will continue on with Metal Gear Solid while you get that set up.
Bingo!
Great. So what do you got?
I accessed the confidential Metal Gear file.
So what about the PAL override system that Baker talked about?
I haven't found it yet.
That's what I need to know.
But Snake, I found something else.
What?
The secret behind the new nuclear weapon.
But chat, I'll give you one bit of advice. Yeah, one little bit of advice.
Like a projectile.
Protect your inner peace, alright? Just protect your inner peace.
Yeah. Also, hi there, Marshmallow Bits. Your name seems familiar. Have we hung out in like another VC in like another situation or something like that? I don't know. The name seems familiar. Do you care if I jump in the VC? Because I do have a lot to say on this subject. I think it's probably best that we talk about the subject outside of streaming personally. Personally, it was one of those weird kind of it was one of those subjects where it started off with the, oh hey, I'm not going to buy an electric scooter because I want to save up for going to Dallas for the Texas Fur Fiesta. And then from there, it just evolved into take a long sip, bang. Let's talk about the furry fandom overall. It's like, it went too far. I'm so sorry. Blue, you've been such a treat, talking about it with me though. So, but we could probably move on, can't we?
Yeah, we can move on. This is too deep of a subject that is too deep to go into. This is not the time or place.
Yeah.
And I am currently dying from coughing a lot. I already had 5 nosebleeds today.
Yeah, that's not too good. That's not too good. But thankfully, Marshmallow Bits is here. Here, Mr. Peabody-looking dog from Unname's Party. You stream with Roxy Cat. Oh, I know them. I know them too.
Considered a missile. That way it can get around all sorts of international.
How's Roxy doing? I haven't been able to sit into their streams very often. I see them at the unnamed solo VR chat hangout, which is kind of cool.
It's a stealth weapon.
You mean it won't show up on radar?
Yeah. The truth is, they've been working on a stealth missile since the late 70s.
Why weren't they able to develop one until now?
Because of the missile rocket propulsion system. It would be picked up by enemy satellites.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But unlike a missile, the railgun doesn't burn any propellant, so it can't be detected by any current ballistic missile detection systems.
An invisible nuclear warhead.
Totally impossible to intercept. And on top of that, it's got a surface-piercing warhead designed to penetrate hardened underground bases.
Yeah, we learned that lesson in the Gulf War.
This thing could mean the end of the world.
It's the ultimate weapon. And from a political point of view, it avoids the problem of nuclear reduction and nuclear inspections. Colonel, is this true? Are you listening?
Why is this not connecting?
If word of this got out, it could delay the signing of the START 3 treaty and cause a huge international incident.
The fuck is the START 3
it would be
treaty?
nasty. The United States would be denounced by the UN. It could even bring the president down.
Did you know this, Colonel?
Hi there, Custom.
I'm sorry.
You've changed, Colonel.
I won't make any excuses.
Snake, listen to me.
Turn the
This new
switch to
nuclear weapon,
Bluetooth.
it's never actually been tested, only simulated.
You mean they ran a computer model?
Ah!
That's why they were conducting this exercise. They needed to get actual experimental data to back up the simulation.
What were the results of the exercise?
It looks like it went better than they hoped for.
Sup? Oh, going through the Metal Gear Solid series. Never played it before, and we're playing it now.
It was. President Baker gave me an optical disc with all of the test
the bosses have been relatively painful, I will be real with you. I feel like I've had to cheese the bosses in Metal Gear Solid more than any other game that I've played that features bosses. Like even Dark Souls, Elden Ring, I didn't have to cheese as much as
Well, the dummy warhead was designed to be identical to the real thing, so
Oh my god, I'm a dumbass.
Did you find out how to override it yet?
Not yet. It must be in a separate file. Right now,
Yeah, I'm a dumbass.
What'd you do? Oh, by the by, a friend of mine, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, is in the VC.
I forgot to change the connection from Bluetooth to 2.4.
For the Switch controller? Or the...
Because I bought an 8-bit Ultimate Bluetooth controller.
Oh!
Because they had a booth at PAX, and I wanted to get a controller for PC gaming.
Yeah.
And this also doubles as a Switch controller.
Nice. Because I got something similar as well, like the 8-bit Dough, Ultimate. Oh my gosh, there's already going on some of the things. I need to try and clean this controller because it has these weird Uzi textured grips. That's it. So mine is the 8-bit Dough Ultimate 2 wireless controller. Oh shit.
It just says Ultimate, so I believe it's the first one or something. I don't know.
Yeet. Why'd you gotta?
But it was on
Jack?
sale.
Did you find
it? It was on sale for $50.
Nice. The 8-bit Doughs are fairly cheap, deep in the States and what have you, so it's good that they were able to, get to a reasonable price here in Australia. But they're good. I've used the 8-bit Dough when going through
that plus the reduction in SDI spending.
Devil May Cry and Devil May Cry and Monster Hunter. They're fantastic. Oh, it's Monday today? Yes.
Bribe money, huh?
It is Monday. It's Monday for me. It's probably still Sunday for maybe some of the Americans, or maybe it's moved into Monday now for them because I stream at a terrible time for the Americans. Hi. Hi there, Jack.
Oh.
How goes it?
I just finished work. I've just been vibing here, drinking oat milk.
Fair enough. I know Urane's Zach was like, if they minded jumping into the VC, because we were talking about a subject that got a little too real, a little too deep earlier. But if they're up for casual conversation or what have you, they're welcome to join in as well. The VC that I'm a part of is no longer a community stream. It's now just a private.
Should I set it for Cherniton, Russia?
No. Gotcha. There's been a change. The new target is Lopnor, China.
Oh, wait.
Why, boss?
Liquid's alive.
I'm sure neither you nor Mr. Golukovich would really like to see a nuclear bomb dropped on your motherland, right?
Liquid. But
Liquid.
Why? There's nothing there.
Wrong.
Liquid.
It's a nuclear test site.
Why do they do the Sonic,
if we nuke a major
wind-up noise
population
then?
center, the game's over. But a nuclear explosion at a test site can still be concealed from the public. Meanwhile, Washington will be worried about the retaliatory strike from China.
That'll probably mean top-secret talks between both countries' leaders.
Wait, oh no.
And in the process, the president will be forced to divulge the
How do I get out of the big picture mode?
Press the escape key.
You don't.
What do you think that will do to the US's reputation? Or the president's?
And with the CTBT,
Don't listen to Jack. There's always a way out of big picture mode.
Yes.
Because there should be an option to say exit big picture mode when you click on the middle thingamadiggy again.
Washington will
I press it escape and it just opens and closes the freaking thing. Oh wait, no, I found it.
Oh, god damn it.
I found Baker's top secret files.
Great
In my
job.
attempt to, because I heard some weird staticky nonsense
Inputting
and
the PAL codes. So how do we deactivate them?
I'm gonna need
Okay,
to.
you see the override system that the president was talking about.
I missed out on whatever the fuck they were doing in that
input
talk
the
scene.
detonation codes. You see, If you insert the keys when the warhead is active, you deactivate it. And if you insert them when it's inactive, it becomes activated. And you can only use the keys once.
So I tried the X-Pen tablet.
Yeah.
I do see that I'm leaving marks on the tablet.
It takes 3 keys, right? I've only got one of them.
Hold on a minute. You see, that's the trick. You already have all 3 keys.
Well, I do write hard.
The card key is made of a shape memory alloy.
Shape memory alloy?
If you haven't done it yet.
It's a material that changes shape at different temperatures. The key is made out of it.
Yeah, but I looked at the thing and it says I'm not putting that much pressure on.
Key changes shape at different temperatures.
So this key is actually 3 keys in one. Clever.
What?
Can you see the input terminals in the center of the control room?
I see them.
Well, I control Alt now.
Laptop terminals are for the emergency input.
Nice.
There should be a symbol on each screen.
Watch as I offer your character hears.
Sorry, repeat that question.
In order from
Watch as I offer your character hears.
the left ones for the
But they're going to be
temperature
pissed
key.
dirt
See the symbol?
in terms of
Next
price.
to that goes the low temperature key. The one on the right is the high temperature key.
Okay, I got it. First, I change the shape of the card, and then I input them in order, right?
That's right. All you do is insert the card keys.
Oh, you should see what I have done.
Reads the information contained on it. Once you've finished with all 3 terminals, the code input process is complete. But here's the thing. You can only use the key 3 times. It's an emergency system. It's only meant to be used once.
The world is riding on that key, Snake.
Well, obviously, not going to show you that.
Damn.
Discord, why do you do this to me?
The key fell in the drainage ditch.
Snake, this is bulletproof glass. There's no way in. I'll enjoy watching you die.
Damn it.
Snake,
How are you
you've
enjoying
got
your
to get that key.
mercenaries?
Here we go.
You know, for some reason, I can't stream it.
Weird.
Oh.
This is me trying out. This is me trying out something.
Oh, that's good though.
That's a sketch phase, you know. Got to get the rough frame for it first.
Yeah.
As one does.
Hi there, Anizak.
Except I have this perfectionist syndrome.
I understand.
You gotta beat that out of you.
Jack will just literally fly across the country and beat it out of you.
Well, damn it.
Don't make me.
Alright, so I need to deal with... Or I need to find a way to get to the drainage system here. Nice work, Sir Dragon. So there's the PAL key. And then there's a bomb there. Let's...
Oh,
Did I throw the wrong bomb?
I do believe so.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake?
I am an idiot. Alright, so I'm back here. Detector.
Give me a second. I need to perform an exodus on someone.
An exodus? What do you mean an exodus?
That it's someone that's joined my server and started spamming self-promo stuff. But the thing is, the art styles aren't consistent.
Oh.
Ew.
So you know what that means?
Bonk.
Bonk, because, okay, if the art styles was consistent, I can understand. But this person is offering too many services to the point where, okay, you say you do art, you say you do stream screens, and you're doing VTuber models. I'm like, you've got too many hands in many eggs.
What? You got what?
I mean,
say that again.
Not wrong.
You got too many hands in what?
Some eggs.
I have never heard of that phrase before. If you have too many, you have too many hands in eggs. Oh, hi there, Mizui. Many hands, many eggs, lot of basket. Is that what it is? I feel like maybe too many hands in, or I feel like you have a hand in too many baskets is probably the more correct phase.
Hey, I'm dying here. I lost a paper cup's worth of blood, remember?
Oh. Probably need to replenish that with electrolytes.
What happened?
Yeah. And here's the thing. This person's just been spamming things left, right, and center.
Brano,
Serdadonks88 paid me to say my fav werewolf drawings are from Jolly Jack.
I am familiar with Jolly Jack Works. I did read that. Oh, that's because Fakova had a question. What would be a good controller for the PC? Like, I'll be real with you. 8-Bit Dough does some pretty cheap ones. They're pretty great. But I know that Linus Tech Tips, whatever you think of the man, they did a like little review of like Hall effect controllers and what have you. So there was so 8-Bit Dough is what I went for. But then there's also another brand called Easy SMX, I believe it's called, that I was thinking of getting. But 8-Bit Dough had like, you know, they had one that came in purple.
Yeah, but here's another control option. For those of you who own a PlayStation 4, you could use your PS4 controller. No need to buy a new controller. Just use your PS4 controller. I'm not even joking.
Okay, is there a way for me to like just shoot the cameras?
Watch it. I'm gonna play Monster Hunter Rise with a controller when we get around to it.
That will be good.
Wait, what's my freaking combo?
I guess the question is how do I get the temperatures like higher and lower on this card?
PAL code number 1 confirmed.
Okay, so that's the first one down.
Awaiting PAL code number 2.
Okay, that takes care of PAL code number 1.
So now I need the one that makes it cold.
PAL number 2. Freeze the key.
Oh my god.
Yep, I use a PlayStation 4 controller and it works on Linux too. I imagine a lot of different peripherals can work on Linux because Linux just has all these different like subdirectories work with. But I will be real with you. I have already heard from like 2 different friends all the problems they're trying to, you know, fix while on a Linux PC and what have you. Like, it's just pain and a half. It is a pain and a half for them trying to, you know, trying to play like some of the video games like Final Fantasy XIV, Monster Hunter. Like, there is a number of video games. Well, Titan Quest, that's another one. There are a number of video games that they have had issues trying to play. And brain. Yeah, that because of the fact that I want to not only play video games but also be able to use like the PC for streaming and like 3D nonsense and what have you. I'm gonna stick to Windows and, you know, try and solve the issue I'm having with, like, you know, just the weird, you know, some games, some video games I play on this PC just aren't up to snuff with like weird micro stutters and hitching and what have you. And the only way I can figure out why it is as it is just because I run a Ship of Theseus sort of build. It's annoying, but, you know, only way I can get rid of it is go with an entirely new PC, so then that way there isn't I can have like the certainty in my mind that I'm not, you know, having some weird throwaway part being the reason it's all bad.
That's my light attack. That's my heavy attack. Oh, so if you're having issues with that, I recommend for your PS4, make it forget the controller. Yeah, legit just disconnect it from your console, make it forget your controller exists.
Yeah, excuse me, throat.
Man, I look like a freak.
You only have the one controller. Ah, that kind of sucks. Alrighty. Now, can I just keep it here? Key.
Remember, I still have the Omega set on.
Oh. I still need to go through Omega again to try and get more gear. I've been getting better with the Great Sword, amazingly enough. Like, unfortunately, I tried doing a tempered Ray Dow with a tempered Seregios, and unfortunately I failed the mission because I spent like 15-20 minutes trying to deal with the tempered Ray Dow with a support hunters, and we ran out of time to kill the Seregios or capture it. Okay, so
bring me next time.
Yeah, I'll bring you along next time. Ooh, excuse me.
Also, when we find Omega,
how to use the hunting horn.
Yeah, freaking! I have a hunting horn.
Yeah,
you need to learn the hunting horn. Everybody's
But
learning new stuff. You gotta learn too.
I know how the melody.
Can you hold the tune?
Yeah, I can hold the tune. Okay, let's see.
Hell, my
Hey, there we go.
See, you are the embodiment of that freaking puzzle.
I should probably print that puzzle out and just hand it out. Be like, I have this one. I only got oranges this time. The apples are either envies. As much as I would like to buy envy apples, they are. Jesus fucking Christ, they're so expensive.
5-finger discount.
No! No, Icy, no.
I have a feeling that Icy might have gotten way more than he said he did at PAX if he believes in the 5-finger discount.
I give answers to solutions. Don't expect me to give you morally good ones all the time.
No, Icy, that's bad!
Disclaimer.
Naughty, Foxy.
Steal from the rich.
Icy,
give
no
the poor.
swiping!
I will swipe.
Icy, no swiping! Come and say it with me, chat! Icy, no
swiping!
Freaking, you can't stop me. Freaking Jack the Explorer.
Oh dear God.
One thing I do know is that Artie hunting horns are terrible.
Yeah.
Like,
Probably the reason why nobody uses it, I think.
it's because no matter how you, if you set it up in a, like when you make the hunting horn, it actually affects what melody it has.
There we go.
And none of them give you the healing melodies.
That's not good.
Freaking, I will swipe your kidneys.
Not my kidneys.
Two confirmed.
Why?
Awaiting Palco number
What's
3.
actually?
Okay, there goes pal code number 2.
God damn it, this game finally
Next comes
loaded.
pal number
Now
3.
I'm like halfway
Warm
to
the key.
healing my goddamn orange. Pissed.
I know how to use heavy bow gun.
Yeah,
Are
but
you
that's
sure?
not a new weapon now, is it?
It's not a new weapon.
I trust Blue to know how to use the heavy bow gun.
Yeah, but we want him to learn a brand new weapon.
No, a brand new weapon.
Basically, they want me
Brand
to.
new weapon.
They want me to learn
learn
a weapon
hunting
that
horn.
is actually blunt.
So yeah. Also, it would be fun to play with some of the other peeps in the Discord, because I know Davy Boy has done hunting horn, and I think they've gone through Omega at the very least. I don't know if they're still in the chat right now to hear that.
Basically, they want me to learn a weapon that is blunt, because I actually don't know any weapons that are blunt.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy to think, considering like you've played like Monster Hunter for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I love my fast weapons. I like dodging, not blocking.
Sword and shield? That's a good
So,
weapon.
You know how to
It
use
is
sword
a-
and shield, don't you?
surprisingly, I don't.
I think you
should
should
learn.
learn a blunt weapon.
A hunting horn. That's also a blunt weapon.
What's up? What's a
Freaking-
blunt weapon?
Like, the thing about this game... Yeah, the thing about this game is that I can get away with Artie and Insect Glaive and Artie and Dual Blades, but I actually have to manually craft the hunting horns from other monsters, because they're better than the Artian ones.
In terms of melody, definitely.
It's just melody, because you care about melody more.
So it's not expecting of you to deal as much damage. You are basically the support.
I will
I mean,
bonk.
you can probably do decent damage if you know how to use it, but like as a support, yeah, you probably won't be dealing it as much as everybody else, probably. The rare hunting horn user just out there in the wild. Damn. I want to eat my orange.
I'll eat your oranges.
No, don't eat my orange.
I'll just eat them in one bite.
You don't not even peel them? Damn, boy.
Don't you eat your McChicken with the skin on?
Yeah.
McChicken.
He's talking about a
McChicken?
Nah, I'm talking about the McChicken burger. You just eat the thing while it's still in its wrap.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Extra
Then again, I
fiber.
don't eat burgers. I don't eat burgers usually. I don't like burgers.
Meet the ball.
Excellent.
Who
Plenty
left?
of Russians.
Who left this pool of Kool-Aid?
Oh, it was
All right.
left by Raven. That's who it was.
That's so Raven.
So now I'm just heading back up to the... Because we had to get through like a blast furnace section. So hopefully we'll... I don't know what's going to happen to the card when I... Yeah, I'm going to have a bit of a tough time, I imagine.
Yeah, I gotta remind myself to buy ingredients to make brownies this Wednesday.
Oh my goodness. Let's see, what do I need?
Yeah, they're gonna make brownies again, and I'm gonna make people fight each other for the fucking brownies again. Apparently my brownies are that good. I don't know why. Every single time I bring them out, and it's for the younger generation, they're just like...
Hunter. Then you should talk to the
Yeah,
colonel.
I'm just
He's looking
taking
into
all
it.
of this.
Turn
if you
your
don't mind,
monitor
then
off.
they take the entire tray
Okay,
and
it's
walk
off.
away. And
No
I'm
one
like,
else can hear
bro?
us. Go ahead.
Sorry, but I...
Well, I don't want your brownies.
Okay, so what's up?
I've got a good friend in the Pentagon.
Sobbing.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the one who told me
That's
about
brutal.
it.
Why are you so
It looks
mean,
like
Foxy?
the DIA recently
Because I don't like
developed a
chocolate.
new type of assassination weapon.
Oh, fair enough. All
You
right.
didn't have to say it so brutally.
I am honest and direct. That is one of my flaws.
No.
No, I
Fox
see.
die.
That's
Liquid in the
bad.
other
Okay,
talking
why do I
about it.
have so much monster broth?
It's some kind of virus that targets specific
You've been
people.
out there making soup?
I don't know all the details, but
I have
What are you trying to
184 monster broth.
it's too similar.
What
That's
is?
a lot.
The cause of
Yeah,
death.
that's a lot.
Didn't the Arms Tech president and the DARPA
But is it
chief,
though?
I mean, Decoy Octopus,
I don't even know what I
die of
use it
something that
for.
looked like a heart attack?
Yeah.
Soup.
Well, apparently, Fox Die kills its victims by simulating a heart attack.
No. You're telling me that Naomi was behind it?
Snake, try to remember. Did Naomi give you some
Oh my
kind of
fucking god, these
injection?
oranges are the best.
Nanomachines.
She was in the best position to have done it, but I don't know what her motive was.
Does the colonel know?
I'm not sure. But he still hasn't questioned her.
Okay, I'll ask him myself. Colonel, what's new with the Naomi situation?
I just placed Naomi under arrest.
Arrest?
She was sending coded messages towards the Alaskan base. I didn't want to believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. She's being interrogated now.
What kind of interrogation?
Oh, I love using the
I'd like
saxophone to
avoid
beat
the
up
rough
monsters.
stuff, but we don't even have any sodium
That does
pentothal
sound
here.
very
Call me
enthralling.
if you find out anything.
It's the hunting horn in Monster Hunter
Naomi.
Wilds.
I can't believe it.
Oh, I'm
That
aware.
means the Fox
That
Die
does sound very
must
fun.
be around somewhere.
Listen, I've got bigger things to worry about.
But Snake,
You know what? I
you
think
might be
we would
infected
win
too, you
wars
know?
if we had
All I
hunting
can
horn
do
users
is
in the
leave it up
back.
to the colonel.
Spinning.
Who wants to come along with me to fight some mundane monsters?
No, I'm busy playing Astro Botanica.
I'm
I
busy.
can't. I'm doing my gotcha games.
I
Go
got 20
to being
more
a whale.
minutes of Metal Gear Solid before I have to go to sleep for work tomorrow. I don't get to take the whole week
gotta
off.
be an adult.
Hunter symbol ones? What the frick?
Oh, you're gonna have fun with
What
that.
can I do for you, Snake?
Just Temper Chotacabra, like, over and over again.
I need to go fight flaming monkeys.
Oh, the
Leo
other
Devotion
monkeys.
said, win any way you can.
A
Nice
Jarakan.
guys finish last.
I don't
What
fight
about
that
you,
thing
Snake?
because
Is that
I'm
what you
like,
think?
it doesn't give me
Is there
anything.
anything that you wouldn't do to stay alive? You should think about that,
Anything
Snake.
useful, that is.
But I need materials. Alright. Who needs help with a Jarakan?
Enemy spy?
You're streaming for Emperor of Mankind 40K?
I don't want to believe it either, but...
Ooh.
Snake, leave it to
now.
Colonel Campbell.
The
You've got to
Emperor's
concentrate on
text-to-speech.
re-inputting that detonation code.
You're right.
Alright, hang on. So, I need to make sure I don't blow up because of any of the claymores. So I'm just gonna crawl for a quick minute because last time I was here, they just blew up in front of me.
What is your goal, to blow up?
And act like I don't know nobody? No, I want to live.
Out of my way.
Ow.
I have local and remote resonance.
Why you gotta bonk me? I forgot about the camera turret there. Alright.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
And I'm just coming here wearing full Omega armor set.
Yeah, that's fine. One of the things I like about Monster Hunter is that, and I don't understand why you did this in World when helping us, but one of the things I like about Monster Hunter is there isn't this feeling of like, oh, you're ruining my experience when I threw the SOS and you're wearing like, you know, gear that I can't even accomplish. It's like, if I'm throwing an SOS, I don't fucking care if you come in with an F-16. I asked for help.
Hey, I come in with gear that I rightfully earned.
Yep.
I earned the Fatalis armor set. I also have proof that I soloed Fatalis.
Okay, that sounds crazy as fuck.
Yeah, so that means I deserve the freaking armor set.
Do you get like an achievement or something like that for for doing Fatalis solo, or?
No, but for beating the Fatalis special assignment, because that's the easy one, you will get the same pendant that I use, which is that blue as ribbon that floats around.
Okay. Hmm. Okay, so it's normal temperature right now. It's normal. I need to wait for this thing to get hot in this furnace. Because I imagine this place is hot because, you know, it's red. But I'm not dying, thankfully.
I'm getting this buff.
I am gonna have to dip. I'm getting a phone call.
Not to worry. Thank you for dropping in real quick. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I loved it. Have a good night.
What crane?
I'm getting this buff that looks very similar to a buff from Final Fantasy XIV.
Okay, stun grenades are going to be a little bit useful.
Who keeps stealing my mount?
Fuck! How do I get that ration without falling into the lava?
I swear. I swear this happens almost every time, Jack.
What happened?
Every time. Well, apart from being targeted all the time, every time I want to say a Jarakan, I almost say Azerbaijan. And I'm like, wait a minute, the monster's not the name of a country?
There we go. Alright. The crane here. Free mounts. Yeah, that gives me no context, I'm sorry to say. Alright, so... Run into here. There we go, now it's red. Alright, so now I need to run. And I'm gonna swap over to chafe grenades, because I know I'm gonna have to deal with at least one camera. Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright. Here we go, chat. Wish me luck. Hopefully this doesn't take forever.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
Get him.
Come on. Spin!
You say that as I'm pole dancing on the monster's ass.
Sounds about right.
Whatever pays the bills, Blue. You dance.
No freaking flaming monkey, I am sick of your nonsense.
Alright. Spin indeed. Now the unfortunate bit is I did get shot then. And because I had to wait for the Whatsamafoozy grenade. Palki is still hot, thank goodness. And I've got 4 grenades left, which should be more than enough.
Okay, this is the funniest team composition I've ever seen. 3 insect wave users and a longsword user.
It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi, is what the Colonel says true?
Yes. But not everything I said was a lie.
Who are you?
I don't know myself. I don't know my real name or even what my parents looked like.
Oh, damn.
I
So
broke
she's...
all my identification. But my reason for getting into genetics was true.
'Cause you want to know yourself, right?
That's right. I want to know where I came from. My age, my race, anything.
Naomi.
I was found in Rhodesia sometime in the 80s. A dirty little orphan.
Rhodesia? What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's probably where I got my skin color from, but I'm not even sure about that.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
I had no idea that she
now.
was
Why
Indian
should I? No
or
one
had
else
some
tries to
mix.
understand me.
The satcom image I get of her,
Until
I
I
just
met my
thought she was
big brother.
Japanese and that's it.
And him.
Your big brother.
Yes.
I just assumed they are a
Frank
person.
Yeager.
What?
He was a young soldier when he picked me up near the Zambezi River. I was half dead from starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes, Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
No. Gray Fox?
We survived that hell together, Frank and I.
My bombs?
He protected me. He's my one connection. The only connection I have to my past.
And he brought you back to America.
No. I was in Mozambique when he came.
Who was he? You mean Big Boss?
Yes. He brought us to this land of freedom, this America. And then he and my brother went back to Africa to continue the war. And that's when it happened. You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound. I knew it was my best chance to meet you, and I prayed for the day that I would.
So, were your prayers answered?
Yes. I waited 2 long years.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Yes. That's right. 2 years. You were all I thought about for 2 long years. Like some kind of twisted obsession.
Do you still hate me?
Not exactly. I was partly wrong about you.
What about Liquid and the others?
I'll have my revenge on them too.
Naomi, you didn't kill that doctor too, did you? The one that used Gray Fox for his genome experiments?
Dr. Clark? No. That was my brother. Afterwards, I covered it up and helped him hide out.
So that ninja, I mean Gray Fox, he's come here to kill me?
I don't think so. I think he just came here to fight you. I wasn't sure before, but now I think I understand. A final battle with you. That's all he lives for. I'm sure of it.
Fox, no.
I feel like the PAL card will, you know, lose its temperature through this
Fox
conversation I'm having with them.
Fox dye is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. First, it infects the macrophages in the victim's body. Fox dye contains smart enzymes created through protein engineering. They're programmed to respond to specific genetic patterns in the cells.
Those enzymes recognize the
Absolute cinema. My balls itch.
They respond by becoming active and using the macrophages. They begin creating TNF
What?
epsilon. It's a type of cytokine, a peptide which causes cells to die. The TNF epsilon is carried along the bloodstream to the heart, where they attach to the TNF receptors in the heart cells.
And your balls will continue to itch.
They cause a heart attack?
Yeah,
The
balls
heart
itch.
Hi!
Extreme apoptosis.
Welcome, welcome.
The victim dies.
Hello.
Apoptosis?
I said I would join some of these
the heart
days,
cells
and
commit
now
suicide?
here I am.
Here you are. You're a,
So-
you're a popsicle. You're a melted popsicle right now.
Me too, right?
I'm looking.
Do I still have
It's
time?
the product of these two fucking jokers.
Naomi.
Oh.
More specifically this one, Jack, because Blue just enables artists. Jack is the artist.
I prefer the term bastard.
Listen, Snake.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
see
the
how it
one who
is.
made the decision to use Fox dye.
Huh?
You
weren't.
bastard.
Furry bastard.
You were injected with Fox dye as
So
part
I
of this
did try my drawing tablet, and I'm
want to
kind of
let you know
leaving a bit of marks on it.
That's not the whole truth.
That's normal.
That's normal.
The real thing I wanted to tell you was... Snake,
Jack, you didn't comment on what I sent you earlier.
Snake!
What, you sent me?
I did, didn't I?
Naomi!
No, you didn't.
Snake, I
What?
can't allow Naomi to make any more
was very
unauthorized
cute.
transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi?
I'm going
What
to
did
make
she
that
need
your
when she
character
said that
here. I
Fox
just need to
dye
figure
was
out how I
part
want
of
to do
this
it.
operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't.
So,
She's
do
under
furries have
arrest.
3 or 5 toes?
Double-crossed
It depends.
There's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear. Okay, Snake?
Honestly, it depends. Some furries will go with, 4 toes. Some will go for, like, digigrade, like 5 toes. Alright, time to run. Alright, Alki is still hot.
Yeah, I'll do an art stream later.
And then I'm gonna use the stun grenade.
For those who want to know what I use as my drawing software, I use Clip Studio.
What was the tablet you got again?
I bought a Deco 1 version 3.
Deco 1 V3.
I also bought the stand.
I do not know what the stand looks like. I may actually have a version of it with me somewhere.
Is it still hot is the question. Yes, it is. Thank goodness.
Hello.
I wish there was an elevator like right beside. This back and forth I am despising a lot.
Yes. When I found out about the temperature card, I was like...
You weren't a fan?
I was hollering. Why? How would you even manage to... How is this a functional security feature?
It's like, oh, it's like based off of your temperatures, and I'm just like, oh, Jesus.
What
cool idea, but I would have preferred... Alright, hang on. So, swap over to the Salcon, because I'm going to need that.
A genuinely insane piece of science fiction.
It is a...
Okay, gotta name this Layered Armor Omega Furry.
Yeah. God damn it. Hang on, this is gonna be a bit of an annoyance. Alright, and then... Chafe Grenade. 3, 2, 1. Alki. There we go. Hopefully it's hot enough.
I better send Izzy what I'm talking about.
Yes!
PAL code entry complete.
First try!
Detonation code activated.
No, why?
What?
Ready for launch.
That is the opposite of what I wanted to have happen.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed.
Oh, he's not our master, is he? He's not Miller, or whatever the fuck his name was.
What's going on?
You found the key, and even activated the warhead for us, too. I really must express my gratitude. Sorry to have involved you in that silly shape memory alloy business.
What are you talking about?
We weren't able to learn the DARPA chief's code. Even with Mantis' psychic powers, he couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands would never be met.
What do you mean?
Without the detonation codes, we had to find some other way. That's when we decided you might prove useful, Snake.
What?
First, I thought we might get the information from you, Snake, so I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Fox Die.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning? Just to get me to input the detonation code?
Did the octopus die because of Fox die being set to him, or because he looked like the DARPA chief and I had the Fox die explicitly for the DARPA chief?
Preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this
No idea, man.
the White House will have no
The answer is
choice
yes.
but to
Metal Gear.
surrender the Fox die
Something,
vaccine.
something,
They're ace in the hole.
Gears spin.
Is useless now.
Ace in the hole.
The Pentagon's plan to use you was already successful in the torture room. Snake, you're the only one who doesn't know. Ah, poor fool.
Who are you anyway?
I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is.
Where are you?
Very close by.
Snake, that's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
Me, dear brother.
Oh, fuck, it's Liquid. Fuck's sake.
I love this.
Now the fucking Metal Gear
reveal.
Awesome, like, thingy-majiggy now makes a lot more sense now. Because I thought it was like, oh, it's just so similar or some bullshit. It's like, nope. Alright, hang on. I have a gas mask for this.
Oh,
nope, it's literally the same person. This is the dumbest reveal ever. It's so funny.
It's... God fucking damn it.
and also seen the art style change.
Alright, and then... How do I get out of here?
Gas! Do something! Snake, call Emmerich. He should be able to break through security.
Autocon, help!
Snake, that's bulletproof glass. You can't break it with an ordinary weapon.
Can't you open the security lock here?
I'll try. Just hold on for a minute. All you can do is wait for Dr. Emmerich to open the door. Stay alive, Snake.
God fucking damn it.
Is everything all right, Snake?
This might be the worst place to save, but this is a place to save.
At least you're not trying to... At least you're not trying to soft fuck yourself.
Yep.
Big barrel bomb.
I hacked into security. Snake, I'm opening the door.
Excellent. Oh. Motherfucker was right there.
Hey.
Cookie for bestest boy. Here's your cookie, bestest boy. I am doing as well as
Sipping
can
time
be.
sponsored by Expistest Boyots.
Thank you, bestest boy, for the sippies.
Bonker.
Alright, so Liquid went this way, I imagine.
Liquid!
Liquid!
We need to incorporate more fruits into your diet, Jack.
You'd point a weapon at your own brother?
Why, apples and oranges aren't enough?
So I could manipulate you more.
As they say, that's an unhealthy diet, especially when you only eat a particular fruit each day.
The Pentagon are probably saying the same thing.
Yeah?
What the hell are you talking about?
What's the problem?
Following orders blindly.
We need to
with
add
no
a third
questions
fruit.
asked, you've lost your warrior's pride and become nothing more than a pawn snake. What?
Something that's not an apple and something that's not an orange.
Banana.
A diversion.
The Pentagon only needed for you to come
Or-
We could put watermelon.
Or a Duran fruit. That's a popular one in your country, isn't it? Duran?
What do you mean a Duran
That's
fruit?
right.
Oh my god.
Duran.
Duran, that's it. Duran.
He fell for
Along
it.
with the bodies of the genius.
It's a durian.
From the beginning, the Pentagon was just
Began with a D. What other fruits do you know beginning with D?
Die. It can't be.
These
Are you
nuts.
telling me Naomi was working with the Pentagon?
Got him!
They thought she was.
There's a round of applause because of that, because Velk said durian.
What? We've got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported
You want
that
me to
Dr.
eat
Hunter
durian?
altered Fox
What the fuck
Dye's
is wrong with
program just before the operation, but no one knows how or why.
I wonder. Maybe they arrested her so they
Watermelon.
could find the answer to that.
No doubt. But I had no idea she was motivated by such petty revenge. We still don't
I don't want
know
to share
what
the fucking
changes
melon
she
with
made to
everyone. I
Fox
don't want to
Dye's
eat a
program.
whole melon. What's wrong with you?
Just be like Kirby.
You can probably
I've
just
already
get cut
added the
melon,
Fox Dye
like
vaccine to my
pre-cut
list of
watermelon
White House
somewhere.
demands.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy a whole melon. and cut
Or
it
you could just
yourself.
get yourself a mini watermelon. I know in the States they sell like watermelons that are like
From
single
where?
serves.
It might prove to be
I'm sorry, I'm not in the USA.
Why's that?
You were
Darn.
I don't trust their GMOs.
with all of us, so we must have all been
Blue, if you've enjoyed corn on the cob, you have been influenced by GMOs.
Corn on the cob.
Your tomatoes are GMO. Your lemons aren't even natural. We invented lemons.
Lemons aren't GMO. They're just from crossbreeding.
doesn't kill you, then I'm not worried either.
Sounds like some manipulation of genetics bullshit there. It's just not with the fancy chemicals.
But the thing with corn and tomatoes, that took years of breeding. Whereas GMOs are pretty much actively interacting with the gene sequence.
I feel like with hang on. GMO. Give me a second. Am I thinking of it?
I got the flawed recessive genes. Everything was done so that you would be the greatest of his children.
No, so okay, so GMO can be like GMO is just genetic modification and such like that. It's not it doesn't matter like what the method is. Like crossbreeding is an example of GMOs and what have you. It's just there's now a more modern method of like, directly changing the genes and what have you.
The problem with directly changing the genes of fruit and vegetables is that it can easily cross-contaminate. Whereas if you do it over time and through multiple generations, the likelihood of that actually goes down. Because there'll be a lot of incompatibilities. Plus, trying to breed for a specific type of apple takes years.
Yeah.
Now I'll finish the work that Father began. I will surpass him.
But yeah, I did a quick Google of GMOs, and I just love how the Wikipedia page opens with human-directed genetic manipulation of food began with the domestication of plants and animals through artificial selection at around 10,500 BC.
Sure, we have been modifying plants and animals for years, but that's gradual. But when you do it instantly, you have no idea what the ramifications are.
Yeah, so the more modern... So there's been more modern, like, GM nonsense. So apparently biotech crops and, like, transgenic crops was, like, from 2010s. Although it looks like something called golden rice was made in 2000s.
Yes, golden rice was basically adding, beta ketone to rice, like something from carrots into rice to give enough nutrients to famine-stricken regions.
Yeah.
Where it's easier just to give rice rather than try to send all this other stuff.
Yep. Let's see. 2021, CRISPR edited food has gone on public sale in Japan. Ah, okay. Tomatoes were genetically modified for about 5 times the normal amount of possibly. Oh, what the?
Yes. And then we got some fruits and vegetables that should never exist now.
What am I doing? Oh, shit.
Oh, I have to fight low-ranked Zhu Wu. Woo?
I have no context to how to deal with that.
Woo?
Woo.
Hello. Alright, so put on the body armor.
God help us. Metal Gear is
Oh yeah, I gotta do these other quests too. I know that some of these quests will actually give me what I want.
Snake, Rex's armor is impregnable. You can't do any damage with the
What's
weapons
you
got.
weak to?
Rex uses
Oh,
the
ice.
latest
Good. I'm using that.
advances in compound armor. The only way you can pierce it is with a high-performance heat round.
Oh, Jesus.
Rex's pilot seat operates exactly like a VR system. It's got multiple sensors connected to a high-tech interface used for the controls. It's completely self-enclosed and shut off from the outside environment.
He's not using his naked eyes?
That's right. So if you
What about a mango?
sensors, do you see that round
Mango
plate
is
on
wet.
Rex's left arm?
Yeah, that thing that looks like a shield.
That's a radome.
I would
Why?
If you can destroy that thing, it won't be
But
able to use its
unfortunately,
electronic equipment.
I
So
would be
he'll be
very
blinded.
tempted to
Yeah,
just
try to
cut
hit
them
that
open
radome
and
with a
to
Stinger
just
missile.
give it to
So
my
that will
brother,
stop it?
because my
No,
nails are
Rex was designed so it can be controlled manually too.
Oh,
What about
The part
grapes?
that looks like a beak is where the pilot seat is. In an emergency, it'll open up.
Yeah.
Rex's armor is perfect. You can't destroy it.
The grapes are bite size.
The interior is a different story.
I get it.
Freaking
First I
raspberry.
destroy the radome. That will force him to open up the pilot's seat.
Right. If you can shoot a Stinger missile into the cockpit, you'll destroy the computer control system.
You intentionally designed it with a weak point?
It's not a weak point. I like to think of it as a character flaw.
For a monster with a cute-sounding name, you look horrendous.
I guess so. I owe you one, Otacon.
I should remember to do that. It's not a flaw. It's not a weakness. It's a character flaw. Okay, I don't know how to deal with that.
Do you know anything about, like, missiles?
Use a Stinger missile to...
It probably uses some kind of electronic targeting.
I do know later I need to implement a Moo bot.
I was wondering if you could just throw a chaff grenade at it.
Yeah, it sounds like we can. So,
Well, off you go then.
yeah. So throw the chaff.
Okay, you're dead.
Not yet.
Hello.
Well, I now know for the chafer next time. Here we go.
I appreciate how everyone mentions, like, makes fun of Snake for his, like, blind obedience, but no one seems to comment the fact that he can tank several missiles at once.
Okay, I'm already full of health, so I'm gonna go with the body armor.
Cool, they smashed me though.
And then...
Okay, what does the Zhu Wu hunting horn look like? Oh, that is horrendous. freaking Juwoo's hunting horn just has a gaping maw.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me just see this. Oh, cool. You're streaming it, so I can like look over at my screen.
Did that do it?
Oh, it's just a guitar. Okay. That's not a maw. That's just like the hole that the guitars have.
Yeah, it was freaking the hole is a gaping maw. The Vespoid carapace, where did I get those?
It sounds better than Deep Throat.
Yeah.
You look terrible, Snake. You haven't aged.
Great Arc. Oh, I have Guardian Pelt. I had to fight low rank Arcveld.
Oh, damn! I want that gun.
Fox, why? What do you want
I
from
want that
me?
gun.
I am a prisoner of death. Only you can free me.
Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
You're the only one who can stop her.
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I'm the one who killed her parents. I was young then, and couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad when I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now, she thinks of me as her brother.
Fox.
From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it. There you are! We're just about out of time. Here's a final present from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving. Fox!
Here's a present from Deep Throat.
Being a really cool fucking ninja, but unfortunately loses an arm.
In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes, we hunt jackals. Instead of foxhounds, we use royal harriers.
Fox!
How strong is that exoskeleton of yours? Snake, are you just going to sit by and watch him die?
A cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
Destroyed the radome.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the codename Fox, but now you're finished!
No! Fire the stinger!
Fox! Can you really shoot? You'll kill him too!
Fuck it, I'm gonna kill him.
Now! In front of you, I can finally die.
Let me fire, please.
After Zanzibar, I was taken from the battle. Neither truly alive nor truly dead. An undying shadow in a world of light.
Why won't you let me fire? Oh, there we go.
No good. I can't do it.
It will finally end.
Melodrama at all.
Die!
Oh, that's tragic.
Snake, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least
Darche.
I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
Alright, now the question is will chafe grenades still be as good? Probably for the rockets still.
Foolish man! prayed for death, and it found him. You see, you can't protect anyone, not even yourself. Die!
I don't have any more chafe grenades. That's not good. There we go. I just tanked it with all my rations. I don't want to deal this fight again. Yes.
You tanked it hard.
Yeah. Interesting.
I'm like.
Oh. Interesting that it's a fucking machine, but it does like roars and groans as if it is meant to be like a T-Rex.
Don't judge.
Don't judge the robot wanting to pretend to be a dinosaur, just...
You don't have to think too hard about it. Otacon is there. He is a nerd. He has explained quite thoroughly.
It isn't a
he
weakness.
Designed this as a personal fantasy.
Yeah, it's not a weakness. It's a character flaw.
Yeah, the thing roars. What of it?
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
Liquid. Oh, he's just standing over us.
A snake.
Liquid.
Liquid.
You're still alive.
I won't die as long as you still live.
Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure.
Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I am done fighting.
Fighting? What are you really after?
A world where warriors like us are honored as we once were, as we should be.
That was Big Boss's fantasy.
It was his dying wish. When he was young, during the Cold War, the world needed men like us. We were valued then. We were desired. But things, are different now. With all the liars and hypocrites running the world, war isn't what it used to be. We're losing our place in a world that no longer needs us. A world that now spurns our very existence. You should know that as well as I do. After I launch this weapon and get $1 billion, we'll be able to bring chaos and honor back to this world gone soft. Conflict will breed conflict. New hatreds will arise. Then, we'll steadily expand our sphere of influence.
But as long as there are people, there will always be war.
But the problem is balance. Father knew what type of a balance was best.
Is that the only reason?
Isn't it reason enough for warriors such as us?
I don't want that kind of world.
Ha! You lie! So why are you here then? Why do you continue to follow your orders while your superiors betray you? Why did you come here? Well, I'll tell you then. You enjoy the killing. That's why.
What?
Are you denying it? Haven't you already killed most of my comrades?
That was...
To be fair, they shot first a lot of the time.
I watched your face when you did it. It was filled with the joy of battle.
You're wrong.
There's a killer inside you. You don't have to deny it. We were created to be that way.
Created?
Les enfants terribles. The terrible children. That's what the project was called. It started in the 1970s. Their plan was to artificially create the most powerful soldier possible. The person that they chose as the model was the man known then as the greatest living soldier in the world.
Big Boss.
But Father was wounded in combat and already in a coma when they brought him in. So they created us from his cells, with a combination of 20th century analog cloning and the super baby method.
Super baby?
The what?
They fertilized an egg with one of Father's cells, and then let it divide into 8 clone babies. Then they transferred the clones to someone's uterus and later intentionally aborted 6 of the fetuses to encourage strong fetal growth.
What?
You and I were originally octuplets.
Octuplets?
Yes. The other 6
Look
of
at
our
us.
brothers were sacrificed to make us. We were accomplices in murder before the day we were even born.
That is fucking wasteful and such a crazy detail to give us.
With exactly the same.
It's just like, oh, there could have been 8 of us, but no, there's only 2.
Yet. They used me as a guinea pig to create a phenotype in which all of the dominant genes were expressed to create you. I got all of the recessive genes. You took everything from me before I was even born.
What?
But you and I aren't his
Yeah,
only
this is the bit
children.
where you find out that Liquid's actually just stupid.
The genome soldiers. They too are his progeny, carrying on his genetic legacy. But they're different. They're digital. With the completion of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare.
Oh, God.
Thanks to Father's DNA, they were able to identify more than
What the fuck? This is like real peeps.
Responsible for everything from strategic thinking to the proverbial killer instinct.
I'm pretty sure if you played the original, you'll get more scenes that I think later get cut out.
Forces. That's how they became the Genome Soldiers. That's right. The Genome Soldiers that you've been killing are our brothers with the same genes as ours.
The Genome Soldiers?
That's right. They are our brothers, created artificially through the alignment of nucleotides to mimic our father's genes. They too are the product of numerous sacrifices.
Oh my God.
Sacrifices. Human experiments!
Anytime a noun pops up to continue the conversation, Snake's just like, noun?
The military secretly injected soldiers with the soldier genes. The Gulf War syndrome that hundreds of thousands of returning soldiers complained about was a side effect of it.
Ha! Everyone knows that the Gulf War syndrome was caused by exposure to depleted uranium used in the anti-tank rounds.
That was just a cover story issued by the Pentagon. First they tried to say it was post-traumatic stress disorder, then chemical or biological weapons. The poison gas detection units and the anti-sarin injections, they were all just a cover-up of the secret genetic experiments.
So then, the so-called Gulf War babies that have been reported by Gulf War veterans are...
Yes. They too are our brothers and sisters.
So the Genome Soldiers mean that the experiments were a success?
Success? Don't be a fool. They're a complete failure. We are on the verge of extinction.
What?
Have you ever heard of the asymmetry theory?
Of course not.
Nature tends to favor asymmetry. Those species which have gone extinct all show signs of symmetry. The Genome Soldiers suffer from the same problem. Signs of symmetry. So do I. As do you. That's right. We are all on the verge of death at the genetic level. We don't know when or what type of disease will occur. That's why we need the old man's genetic information.
You want Big Boss's DNA so you can save your family? It's very touching.
In nature, family members don't mate with each other, and yet they help each other to survive. Do you know why?
This is
it
hurting
increases
my
the
head.
chance that their genes will be passed on to a new
Don't worry,
generation. Altruism among
It's called
blood
natural
relatives is
selection.
a response to natural selection. It's called the
A lot of this
selfish
stuff
gene
is bunk
theory.
science, unfortunately.
It
So
is
you
like
don't
this
really
is the
have to pay
problem is
attention
that
to
like
it.
soldiers.
I'm hearing so much and I'm like, this is fucking
living things are born
wild.
for the sole
Wild,
purpose
like
of
like all
passing
these
on
different
their
like
parents'
theories they're trying to
genes.
do to
That's why
explain
I'll
like this
follow what
fucking
my genes
hot
tell me.
pot of genetic DNA that makes
then
all of
I'm
us.
going to go
We
beyond.
have
Yeah.
barely solved like us
The curse of my
normally.
heritage.
What's really funny about his speech about being made up of recessive genes is that one, that's not physically possible, and two,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean he's inferior. That's ridiculous. That's not what
It's definitely feels like a translation thing where recessive was probably just told as being inferior, and then it's like, so here's the inferior genes and here's the superior genes, and someone was just like, you can make a really good twin in revenge plot with this, and this is how we got to there. And then having all this thing of like, oh yeah, and then like, the genetic, we figured out the roadmap of human DNA and back in the 1991, and then we did like experiments on our soldiers and and I'm like, this is convoluted already. Like, I was fine with us granted, it was very shocking of being like, oh yeah, like the super baby method of like getting the DNA into an egg, creating 8 offspring, and then purposely killing 6, and I'm like, why would you do that? There is no like, oh my god.
Like, the only theory I will accept is basically species that have a ton of offspring, so they could at least pass on the genes down, because not all of them are going to survive.
Yeah. What's more is
that's the other thing too with the super baby theory,
Yeah.
because like what if any one of them died? The ones that you wanted died. What happens then?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
I
that's
feel
it.
like this game is trying to sound really fucking smart by throwing in all these like theories and shit, but it's like, unfortunately, like, as time passes on, we'll kind of catch on to some of these theories are just debunked bullshit. Like, it's like how in like people are like, oh, through Darwinism we came out with like more aggressive like features for fighting sake and stuff. It's like someone trying to explain Darwinism for the reason why we have the monsters as we do in Monster Hunter. That's not what survival of the fittest is not about. Oh, this thing came up with sharper teeth and like stronger grip strength. You know what is an example of a survival of a fittest? There is a fish out there somewhere in the ocean. There is a fish out there that can inseminate 2,000 eggs a month. There is a shit ton of that fish out there. If good fucking luck trying to get rid of that fish species, it will just fuck you out of existence. That is an example of survival of the fittest. It just procreates to such a level that it is impossible for you to break out of that cycle. Thanks, Kojima.
If nothing else, it really adds to like how preposterously stupid Liquid is. If only because like, yeah, it's 2025 now. We understand a lot of this is, well, even back then it was largely garbage. But now especially it just adds to like his extremely bitter right-wing personality.
I don't know about it being right-winged, but it does, like, the personality is just such a, yeah. Oh,
he
goodness.
personally wants to set like he wants to set off a nuclear disaster so he could feel important again. I think that's pretty. You could probably circle a camp around that.
You can definitely circle around a camp, and I think as I'm like watching this cutscene of like, oh man, the soldiers are being rejected by society, and there's all the hypocrites that are leading our nations are deriving ourselves of purpose, and I'm just sort of like, that is a very toxic thought. Like, there is more to a human being than war.
And also, his fixation on the Cold War especially is extra funny to this whole thing too. Is like,
The Cold
Out of-
War
out
is
of
like the
any
least
era.
war. Like you could have gone for
That-
like World War I or something like that.
That, but also like the Cold War was shit to people, soldiers especially.
It was.
I don't know where you're getting this romanticized idea of the Cold War from.
I think he's
Are you
getting the
kidding?
weird. I think he's getting a weird fantasy of the Cold War because it was a case of the stakes of the Cold War. When in actuality, it's like, what did you have to do in the Cold War? And it's like, well, you see here, we weren't really 100% certain when or if they would attack. So it was very important that we figured out who all their people were, or that was investigating us. But that also meant that they were that while we were investigating them, we had to be careful as to not to expose that we knew that they knew. So while they were trying to figure out whether we knew what they knew, we were learning what they knew that we knew that they knew. And so lo and behold, we go through like approximately like 20 years of the Iron Curtain being there, and we're sending people over there to figure out what they know that we know that they know. And they're trying to send people over onto our side, trying to figure out what we know that they know that we know. And then, lo and behold, it's like, it's fucking... The Cold War is the worst example of a war. It's cold for a reason.
He really could have chosen any other warring period to romanticize. Like the Spartans, like any other, like, you know, loser kid out there.
You know
But no, he just decides the
Could-
Cold War when a lot of fighting didn't happen.
Where everyone was just sort of like, now let's not rock the boat, but I want that guy off the boat. And you're just sort of like, do we want to tell people? And it's like, that was said aloud once, and now everyone is like, just no one rock the boat, no one rock the boat. I think he's rocking the boat. No one rock the boat, no one rock the boat. Hey, we should probably check in and see if he's rocking the boat.
First, I will kill you.
First, I'll kill you.
Look behind you.
Snake. What a disaster.
Meryl! Is she alive?
I'm not sure. She was alive a few hours ago. Poor girl kept calling your name.
Meryl.
Stupid woman. Falling in love with a man who doesn't even have a name.
I have a name.
No! We have no past, no future, and even if we did, it wouldn't be truly ours. You and I are just copies of our father, Big Boss.
Let Meryl go.
As soon as we've finished our business, we're almost out of time.
You're talking about Fox Die.
No. It seems now that the Pentagon knows that Metal Gear is destroyed. They've arrived at a decision. They won't even need a BDA. If you want the details, why don't you ask your precious Colonel Campbell?
Colonel, can you hear me?
Oh, he's topless in this comlink.
What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, answer me.
The Secretary of Defense has taken over active control of this operation. He's on his way there by AWACS.
What for?
To bomb the place.
Oh,
what?
Jesus.
Not only that, B-2 bombers just lifted off from Galena Air Force Base. They're carrying B-6113 surface-piercing tactical nuclear bombs.
What? Metal Gear is destroyed. Tell the Secretary of Defense.
The Secretary of Defense heard that Naomi double-crossed us, and he's worried about Fox Die. Now that there's no more danger of a nuclear strike from Metal Gear, he's going to do whatever's necessary to cover up the truth of what really happened here.
He's going to drop a nuclear bomb to vaporize all the evidence along with anyone who knows anything.
Don't worry, Snake. I'll stop the nuclear strike.
How?
I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. If I issue an order to delay the strike, it'll confuse the chain of command and at least buy you some time. It'll give you a chance to escape.
But, Colonel, if you do that...
It's okay, Snake. The truth is, Foxhound was already the subject of an undercover investigation. Meryl was transferred to this base just before the terrorist attack as a way of manipulating me.
Those bastards.
I'm sorry. They forced me to cooperate in exchange for her life. You better get out of there, Snake.
Are you sure? It'll be bad for you.
Don't worry. It's the least I can do for you, after all the lies.
Colonel.
I'm ordering them to cancel the bombing run. After that, there's no turning back. What? What are you doing? What?
Snake!
Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel?
I don't believe it.
What happened?
Snake the Colonel!
Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman.
Put the Colonel back on.
Is he meant to sound like Abe Lincoln here?
Sure, why not?
Like, what decade are they trying to invoke in me? Like, I'm pretty sure they're trying to invoke into me at, like, a year 2000s. Like, we should be having some fucking, like, you know, Texan in the background. Not this, like...
He's been
I kind of remember a thing, actually. There's a reason why people sound like this. Rich people in particular.
High treason.
Yes, he's a ridiculous man. He truly believed
But I
that
don't
he was in command of this operation.
what age this guy is. Basically,
There won't be a speck
a lot of
of evidence
rich
left.
Americans
I'm
decided
sure
that
the president would want the same
English
thing.
nannies were the best choice
President is
for
a
their
busy
kids.
man.
So as
I
the kids
have
grow up with
complete
English
authority
people around them, they inevitably pick up like their accent as well.
Don't worry.
And I think this is the
We've
result.
prepared a convincing cover story. We'll simply say that the terrorists exploded a nuclear device.
Smart. You'll be murdering everyone here. The scientists, the genome army, everyone.
Donald, the DARPA chief, is already dead.
So, you didn't mean to kill the DARPA chief after all.
He was my friend.
And you could care less about what happens to everybody else, huh?
Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear's test data. Donald was supposed to bring it back.
I don't have it.
I see. Oh well, that's okay. You two are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret.
I'm sorry, but America has worse secrets at this point now.
Soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do. Farewell.
Oh, Jesus. This is clear. I need to remember this game was made in 1999. It doesn't have the context of 2001 and 2004.
Let's finish this before
No, there was a lot of
airstrike.
disasters that happened on American soil in 1960s. They could have went with that too.
No.
You stole everything from me.
Well, those were like very domestic.
Only your
fuckery.
death can satisfy me.
This was all
Anyways,
your
very
death
funny.
can return to me what is rightly mine. She'll make a beautiful sacrifice.
Oh wait, no, that's not boobs. That's just underarm. I thought her boobs were exposed there, but no, that's just underarm from like the cut of her tank top.
It will be the time limit for our final battle. This nuclear module is set to detonate
Yeah, it can't be
at
banned
the
now.
precise moment of
That's when I decide.
I hope you know about subbing for this fight.
I don't. Oh, there's a 3-minute timer.
You might still be
I'll
able
tell
to
you this,
say
you can
that.
fall off the edge.
Okay, cool. Good to know. I'll try not
Could
to.
enjoy one brief moment of love before the end.
Once again, it's doing the weird, like, staticky
If you
noise.
cross this line, you fall. At this height,
And I'm just here
it will
making every
kill
hunting horn.
even you.
Best of luck.
Because if I'm gonna learn hunting horn, it's better I have every hunting horn.
Snake?
Just gonna save new data here.
Do it for me, Snake.
What's wrong, Snake?
There we go.
Nice shot!
I'm trying to like see if I can throw him off the edge.
Well, you can't really.
I'm close.
You can fall off the edge,
Yeah, look at that.
but no items.
What's wrong, Snake? What's wrong, Snake?
Oh, I can't do a strangle thing on him. Oh.
Oh, he's wave dashing for real.
Oh.
Ran out of time?
Yeah, I ran out of time. Oh, it gives me the... Oh, it gives me like the full 3 minutes this time, rather than...
Nice shot!
Oh, shit. Get back up, fuck. I wonder if he's getting any damage when I do that.
You're out of time! You're out of time!
There we go.
You can probably see where the inspiration for like the fighting game ending for Death Stranding 2 came from.
I feel like Death Stranding 1, honestly, because we had like just a beat 'em up thingy-majiggy. Like in the first game where we were like knee deep in water that felt like, you know, just a punch fest. But I could see it in Death Stranding 2 when we were like on top of a weird blob thing and doing like guitar solo offs.
Snake, is that you? Snake, oh, you're alive. Thank
Also,
God.
is she not like meant to be dying in the next minute?
Meryl, are you okay?
That bomb was bullshit.
Is that all you can say?
Meryl.
Don't worry about it.
It must have been
Don't worry about it. Questions about the game will be answered by playing the game.
Wasn't that bad?
Yeah. I don't know if that's true with this one.
I didn't give in to the torture.
Torture?
And things even worse than that. I was fighting too. Just like you.
You're a strong woman.
Fighting them made me feel closer to you. I felt like you were there with me. It gave me the strength to go on. But I was scared.
I'm sorry.
Don't say that. But it made me realize something. During all the pain and shame, there was one thing I was sure of. A single hope that I held on to. And that hope kept me alive. Snake, I wanted to see you again.
Meryl. That's my codec.
Saved by the phone.
Snake, it's me.
Otacon, good news. Meryl's okay.
All right. You saved her, man. Good job.
I got some bad news, too. We're about to be bombed.
Oh, boy. I guess we're considered expendable.
Is there a way out of here?
A way out? Yeah. You can take the loading tunnel to the surface. There's a parking garage right next to you. The tunnel leads from there to the surface.
The door in front?
No. It's a small entrance to the west of that door.
How about the security?
I just unlocked it. Who do you think you're talking to? I'll take care of security along your escape route, too.
Thank goodness.
What are you going to do?
Me?
You saved her. Hey, with your shirt off.
Are you crazy?
I need a little more time to take care of your escape route.
But
unlocking the security doors is difficult work. Only I can do it.
Otacon.
Don't worry. I'm staying here. It's my own decision.
Wait, are you gonna die, Otacon?
This is a hardened shelter, but they're going to use a surface-piercing nuclear bomb. It won't hold.
I'm through regretting the past. Life isn't all about loss, you know. Snake, I'm a complete person now. I've found a reason to live.
Good. Don't die on me.
Same to you. Take care of Meryl, okay?
I will.
Okay, I gotta go. I promise I'll do something about your escape route.
What would happen to all the yaoi fiction if you died?
Thanks. Well, that sounds nice.
I'll go to Johnny.
I believe in you.
Thanks, Snake.
Let's get the hell out of here.
What about him? Where's Otacon?
He's fighting right now. With his old self. To be the man he wants to be.
He's fighting for us too?
Yeah. And I don't want it to be in vain.
Me too.
We don't know if she's going to be able to, you know, drop down from there, but okay.
Snake.
Whatever, man. 90s action movie. Fuck it.
Fuck it. We're gonna get the bombastic fourth act like we did back in Resident Evil 4.
Looks like we're not gonna have a love scene after all.
Too bad.
Did you think you were gonna have time, Snake, if it wasn't for the bomb?
Snake, it's freezing outside. You need some clothes.
There's my sneaking suit.
Hurry up.
There's my sneaking suit. What the fuck?
Hurry! Looking good, Snake.
Aren't I just wearing the same suit I was wearing before? Like...
Hurry!
Oh, we got limited time.
I'll drive. Damn, a surveillance camera.
Ow.
Damn, no keys. All right, keys. Got it, Snake. Jump in.
I got no items.
I ain't got a gun.
With your weapon button. Shoot him, Snake.
Shoot him, Snake.
There we go. Death flags are everywhere, Wild Saber, and we're doing our best to survive all this. Alright, we got less than 9 minutes.
Uh-oh, Snake.
Here they come!
We'll never make it! Snake, clear a path! Okay, Snake, let's go! We're not out of the woods
The
yet!
animation in this game is really like manic, isn't it?
We'll never make it! Snake, clear a path!
Yeah, I'm trying.
You're not even. You're just spreading the damage around rather than just killing one at a time.
There we go.
Get it, Snake!
I am nearly dead, and I have no rations on me, which is annoying.
Oh boy.
Are you kidding me, Liquid?
Liquid!
So hey, remember when he said that the fall would kill like Snake?
Well, I will say he has tenacity.
Am I supposed to be able to aim down?
Hurry!
Alright, so the ration is there. We got no items on us.
I'll drive!
Then we have to deal with the camera.
Surveillance camera! Damn, no keys! Alright, keys! Got it, Snake! Jump in!
Go.
Fire that machine gun with your weapon gun! Shoot him, Snake! Snake, hold on!
I am nearly dead. That's not good.
Uh-oh, Snake!
Here they come!
We'll never make it! Snake, clear a path! Okay, Snake, let's go! We're not out of the woods yet!
Here they come!
We'll never make it! Snake, clear a path! You did it, Snake!
And I have no rations. God damn it.
Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet! Liquid!
we go.
Oh.
That stinks.
That stinks. Honestly, that fucking stinks.
Hurry! I'll drive. Damn, a surveillance camera. Damn, no keys. All right, keys. I got it, Snake. Jump in. Fire that machine gun with your weapon gun. Shoot him, Snake.
Oh, come on, shoot the barrels. There we go. You lose so much health. Like, are they expecting me to, like, hold the door or something like that instead? Or pick up one of their weapons?
Uh-oh, Snake. Checkpoint. Here they come. We'll never make it. Snake, clear a path. Okay, Snake, let's go.
Alright, hopefully I have it positioned at the right spot to hit.
Not out of the woods yet. Here they come. We'll never make it. Snake, clear a path. Snake!
Alright, I'm gonna hold the door and see if that will help reduce the amount of, like, bullet hit.
Hurry!
Because I don't have the bulletproof vest or anything like that. So there's the ration there.
I'll drive. Damn, a surveillance camera. Damn, no keys. All right, keys. I got it, Snake. Jump in. Fire that machine gun. Snake, hold on.
Okay, there we go. We have way more health available this time around. This should be good. This should be better. Alright, pre-position, so... Here.
Uh-oh, Snake. Checkpoint. Here they come. We'll never make it. Snake, clear up. Okay, Snake, let's go. We're not out of the woods yet. Here they come. We'll never make it. Snake, clear a path.
I'm just holding down the triangle with, like, my middle finger. Because since I don't have to be, like... Yeah. Here we go.
What? Very impressive, actually.
It's not over yet!
Liquid!
Hello.
My bad, I fell asleep.
Hi there, Cap. We're making it towards the end.
Yeah, I can see that.
I was wondering where you were.
My apologies. I fell asleep at like 12 and woke up at 8 and kind of forgot I existed for a couple hours.
Wow. Good sign or a bad sign?
Good sign, honestly. Liquid, quit it, you bitch.
Yes! Yes, come on!
We're gonna crash!
We're gonna crash! Hopefully this means it's over. Hopefully it means, because daylight, it means that I don't have to deal with that fucking chase scene again. Fuck that chase scene.
Oh, hold on, I've got my wrong face on.
Oh yeah, you're fat imp mont right now.
Yeah.
Lol.
Meryl. Which, let's be reasonable, hot as well.
Yeah.
But also,
Just a little shook up.
now I'm thematic.
Meryl, can you move? It's no good. I can't move.
What happened to Liquid?
I'm half expecting Liquid to jump out from behind the car like in Scream, like when the...
It's me, Snake! You didn't kill me with that car, Snake! Brother!
Uh-oh.
Snake! We called it.
I told you, he has great tenacity.
Yeah.
And nice pecs.
Snake!
Snake! I'm going to have a seizure now, Snake. I'm voiced by the medic.
Spoil things.
Is he... Oh my god, he's having a heart attack because of the fox die. That is... What the shit, Kojima?
Oh, you learned about... Yeah, right at the end.
Here's what I need to know, Cap. At some point, I'm gonna need to figure this out. Did the...
Well, how do we feel about Naomi, homeboy?
I was so, like, just oblivious to Naomi problems.
Don't say it, Snake.
Like, it did not matter to me. I was just like, cool. I didn't realize she was gonna be a problem.
Air raid. No stealth bombers in sight.
Oh, I'm getting a phone call.
Snake, can you hear me?
Moshi
Colonel,
moshi. Moshi moshi.
Are you okay?
Colonel, what happened?
The Secretary of
And you're
Defense
taking
has
your
been
shirt off.
arrested.
Colonel!
Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the President. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it. It was all the Secretary of Defense acting alone.
Acting alone? What happened to the air raid?
Oh my goodness. A member of the US government? Acting rogue?
And the B-2 spirits returned to the base.
No.
Once again.
High-ranking
authority over
member
this
of U.S.
operation.
government, no less, too.
I see.
How could this happen?
Washington isn't stupid enough to use
We
nukes
will
to
never understand how Kojima could come to this
In
conclusion.
any case, the danger's over. Thanks, Snake.
Colonel, you can rest easy. Meryl's fine.
Really? Thanks. Thank
Hi,
you,
Uncle.
Snake.
I'm on the phone call as well.
Snake.
Daddy, I don't like it here. It's cold.
Okay, Colonel.
My kids are
Snake.
phasing off, Uncle.
I'm not a colonel.
Get me a top.
Oh, that's right.
I've got a present for you. There's a snowmobile close to you. Mei Ling saw it on the satellite photos. This time of year, the glaciers are pretty calm. You should be able to ride right out of there. I'll bet the boys at the DIA and the NSA never expected you to come home alive.
Me neither. I better not show my face around here.
No danger of that. You two officially died after your Jeep sank into the ocean.
That's not too far from the truth.
Also, there's a helicopter waiting for you on Fox Island.
Dr. Hal Emmerich should be somewhere on the base. I want someone to bring him in.
I understand. Leave it to me.
Okay, Roy. Are you gonna be okay?
Don't worry. I've got an insurance policy. A hard copy of all Mei Ling's data. As long as I've got that, you, me, and Mei Ling will be fine.
The battery on these nanomachines will run out soon. They won't be able to follow us.
I guess we won't meet again.
Don't worry. I'll pay you a visit sometime.
Really? I look forward to that.
Roy, just tell me one thing.
What?
About Fox Die.
Meryl will be fine. She wasn't included in its programming.
What about me? It killed Liquid.
Naomi said that she wants to talk to you face to face about that.
How is she?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is with her right now. I'm switching over to Naomi.
Snake, it's me.
Naomi.
I heard about my brother.
I'm sorry. But he had one last message he wanted to say to you. He told me to tell you to forget about him and to go on with your own life.
Frankie said that?
Yeah. He also said he'll always love you.
Hi there, I see.
Your brother just saved you.
We are all...
Me.
I'm guessing this is like the proper ending to Metal Gear Solid 1 at this point, and I'm just waiting for the credits to roll.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe
Pretty
now he's
much.
finally found some
You didn't get the
peace.
gay ending, which is the good ending, unfortunately.
He wasn't really
The
my brother
what ending?
anymore. Ever since he fought with you in Zanzibar, he's been like
Yes.
a ghost.
Yeah.
A ghost looking for a place to die.
Yeah, see, my brother respawned because he just turned on Warframe.
Brother! Hop on Warframe!
No, I don't wanna.
Naomi. Liquid died
All
from
the
Fox
guy
Die
kiss
too.
in the wounded hollow.
About me.
They've got...
Brother, we have to farm Eidolons!
Brother, come on to Warframe. The next DLC features an MX Selk character.
Yeah. So
Look,
when's
like
mine
this
up?
this bitch is
It's up to you how you
this
use the
bitch
time left to you.
is Legend 2. He has been farming
Live,
for
Snake.
everything. I
I
don't
can
want
say
to
to
join
you.
him on that.
Brother, I want to have sex with Arthur! I should stop saying brother, it's late, and my mum is still
Oh my
working
god.
morning.
It is late. It is past 11 p.m. for me as well. I've gone an extra hour longer than I normally do.
Unchangeable, immutable.
I do not recognize the bodies in the
All
water.
there is to life.
I don't recognize the bodies in the
finally
water,
realized
goddammit.
I told
He
you
didn't go
before,
after
the reason that I
Arthur,
was
in case
interested
you're
in
wondering.
genes and DNA. Because I wanted to know who I was.
Oh,
Meryl's here. She's got very much a lot of floof.
the only reason why I like jeans so much is because that they're great to wear around.
Parents were. And I thought that if I knew
Snake,
that, then
do
I'd
you like
know
my
what path I should
Levi's?
take in life. But I was wrong.
Authentic Levi's.
Just like in my Japanese anime.
Snake,
Levi's.
those aren't
Genes
regulars!
soldiers. You can input all the genetic information, but that doesn't make them into the strongest
I wear
soldiers.
skinny jeans,
The most we
Snake.
can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths, potential destiny.
Okay, legit. Why is there 3 dual blades users and 1 greatsword user?
You just got
like
four
Attack on
different.
Titan.
You just got 4 different kinds of blades on the guy, Chris.
Whether or not
Yeah,
you're in the
wounded
first
hollow,
line
so none of this
isn't
underwater fighting nonsense.
the important thing is that you choose life. And then live.
Probably the best way to do it, I think.
Don't you think, Snake?
I need to face off against the guy, Chris, and get some of its sapphire. I don't know why they made it so that the like the after main story monsters like to pick up the gear for like armor and weapons. It's like, oh, you need to get the mantle or the gem from him. And it's like, why would you do this to me, game? Why are you listening to the tryhards telling me it's too easy?
Future through our children.
No, you gotta farm. You gotta farm for it, bro. You gotta,
Not in-
work for it, bro.
You're not in the spirit of the hunt.
See now, how did Mei Ling see that on satellite?
Teaching each other.
It's just Mei
Very
Ling with a pair of
carefully.
binoculars from Alaska.
Yeah.
It's Maybelline.
Yeah. Snake, it's so cold out here, but I see a snowmobile,
True
Snake.
meaning of life.
There's a Chinese proverb about snow, but I'm too cold to remember it.
God damn it.
Some of the proverbs she told me, I'm like, I could
found
not give a shit about.
Yeah, I'll give you a
Let's
proverb.
keep it as a reminder.
Oh hey, it's the infinite ammo bandana.
A reminder of a successful mission? Or the first time we met?
On a
Well,
successful
he did
mission.
good.
Huh?
Until today, I've lived only for myself. Survival has
The
been the only
guy
thing
kids
I
go
cared about in
away.
my life.
That's not just you. That's how everyone is.
I only felt truly alive when I was staring death in
if
the
it's
face.
cheap, it not good.
I don't know.
If it good, it not
Maybe it's
cheap.
written into my genes.
What about now?
That's a proverb.
What do your genes say about your future now?
Maybe it's time I live for someone else.
I'm gonna
Someone else?
delay that.
Yeah. Someone like you.
My
Maybe
genes
that's
say
the
I need a
real way.
girlfriend and also a nerdy otaku boyfriend.
My genes tell me that I desire big titty golf GF.
So, where to,
Well,
Snake?
let's be real.
My
If
name's David.
Liquid's
Okay,
whole spiel
so
about
where to, Dave?
recessive genes were true, then that means Snape would have
I
all
think
the
it's time
ladies
we
and
look for
men,
a new path in
right?
life.
A new path?
A new purpose.
Will we find it?
I'm not
We'll
100%.
find it. I know we'll find it.
What are those?
Surprisingly, the bad ending cutscene to this is cuter,
I
I
don't know
think.
why I heard Meryl say, "What are those?" And my first thought is Vans. It's just like, what are those? I'm on the internet too long.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Spring brings new life to everything. It's a time for hope. I've lived here a long time.
My name's Hal, Dave.
But Alaska has
We should
never
go to
looked more
Jupiter.
beautiful. The sky, the sea, the caribou, and most of all, you.
You know you can eat puffins,
I
right?
think I'm gonna
You
like
can?
this.
I feel like this is under that side of there is a lot of animals
Let's
you
enjoy
can
life.
eat. This isn't under the realm of you can eat everything once. I think puffins is a thing you can eat. It's a bird, right?
Yeah. Except the thing is, what they do is they actually stuff it under cans or rocks and let it ferment during the cold. And then
Oh,
they
I
come
thought
back for it later.
Ladies and gentlemen, Metal Gear Solid 1. Congratulations.
In January 1993, START 2 was signed, and the United States and Russia agreed to reduce the number of deployed strategic nuclear warheads. However, as of 1998, there still exists 26,000 nuclear warheads in the world. I am honestly curious what that number is now, considering more countries are wanting to
Let me
get
find
them.
out.
You're gonna do a quick Google?
Let's say warheads?
Nuclear warheads, yeah.
Dang, my Palico's having a seizure.
There are currently 9
Your
sovereign
keyboard
states
has
that are generally
exceptional
under...
noise, by the way.
My one?
I think so.
Which one?
Probably.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that was you typing. just
Yeah, I
now.
could hear Cap typing, I'll be real. But that's fine, they're
Yeah,
doing
some-
research, so they need to have the typing noises.
Yeah,
No, I'm
someone
saying
like...
it's good. I like it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It's not a definitive number list, but estimated, like 12k. I think there's way more though.
Okay. Still, 12k is a lot.
Hmm.
Like, I was hoping we'd get,
Well
like,
ending.
you know, maybe down at the triple digits, not remaining at 5 digits.
Hmm.
Also, can I skip
Yes,
this? So, Toyota? Sorry, I just saw the name and I just thought it was like Toyota? Also, this thing is moving too quickly for me to actually, like, you know, catch names and be like, oh yeah, I'll remember this in future.
Yeah. You won't even catch the voice cast's real names because they went by aliases because they didn't think this shit was gonna sell.
It looked like they had legitimate names at the start there. David Hayter. Isn't that his, like, actual name, or?
Yeah, that's David Hayter.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Robin Atkin Dow's used an alias.
Sorry. What is this background cutscene? Is it just Alaska shit, or are they trying to give us, like, a crazy...
I think they're doing Alaska shit.
Okay.
What if you opened up TF2, played Medic, and Medic just said,
I'm not done yet, Snake!
Oh, look at that name again. So Toyota. Okay, I'm curious. Who is this So Toyota now?
I'll find it.
Alright. Cap just in the background, just being like, researching So Toyota.
So Toyota. Looks like he's the mocap dude. And also he did gun research on MGS3.
Nice. Look, I know it's important to like give credit to the people that work on things and such like that, but I kind of don't want to deal with that at 11 p.m. I want to skip this.
Also, I see more per based opinion right there.
Auto Snake is the best shit. Oh, like Autogon and Snake, yeah.
Yeah.
Not Autogon.
Autocon.
Octagon. Octagon, I wanna touch all 8 of your edges and corners.
Jesus, okay.
Jack
Freaking
comes back,
Autogon.
and we're talking about shipping.
You know what? I'll send
Fuss about something.
I'll send Jack on the ship.
To be fair,
A cruise ship.
also
Wonderful.
His name's Dave.
Special thanks. Wait, the U.S. Army was involved in this?
The US Army's involved in like everything, dude.
The best is yet to come.
It's actually it's kind of a piece of like government policy to just have
I
the U.S.
guess.
Army review anything that involves the U.S. Army, and that's why they had that. And I guess that's the reason why they had that twist ending, saying like, "Oh, it's not internal corruption.
It's just a rogue
just the guy
element."
acting on him by himself.
Yeah.
The U.S. military and government are not a
It was a random rogue element from a high-ranking individual, and that has solved any kind of interpretation of corruption once and for all. But sir, if
Snake,
it was a
that's not
high-ranking
internal
person once
corruption.
and for all.
Snake, that's not systematic corruption.
I guess that's why they can't actually ever talk about real world atrocities the U.S. has committed.
Not
within
while
and
being
without its
supported by the
borders.
U.S. Yeah, I remember there was like a video game being made called like 7 Days in Fallujah or something like that, and there's a Twitter account that was like. It was like a parody account that was hosted by like a game journalist site, which was basically, oh, can you break the Geneva Convention in this game? And a lot of it was like silly nonsense where it's like, oh yeah, you can break the Geneva Convention in Mario because of, you know, dropping penguins off the side of the hills and such, or you know, the more recent one where you adopt like, you know, forcibly adopt like other people's personas and such. There came the question of, oh, 7 Days in Fallujah, will you break the Geneva Convention there? And they're like, factually speaking, the Geneva Convention was absolutely broken when the United States was in Fallujah. And then a news article came out from the developers in an interview explaining how they had to like be very delicate with the depictions of U.S. military in Fallujah, and they've actually skipped over some of the stuff.
The Mao, lol.
Yes, sir. Fox Die should become activated soon, right on schedule. Yes, sir, I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir, my cover is intact.
See, I'm hungry.
Nobody knows who I really am.
What do you want from me?
I don't know.
Yes, the DARPA chief knew my identity, but
I don't know what I can make you at this time.
yes.
What do you want?
Imperial One was the winner after all.
I don't know.
He's getting the twist ending.
That's right. Until the very end.
Mate,
Well, it's not
how
really
do you
a
feel about the
twist
baked
ending,
potato?
it's- I have to go through it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I agree completely. It takes a well-balanced individual such as yourself.
Yeah,
to
what about the
rule
baked
world.
potato?
No,
sir.
I wish I had a potato in my room right
you
now.
were the third one, Solidus.
You can't eat raw potatoes.
Yes, sir. I'll keep her under
You
surveillance.
can if you're a baller.
Listen, I don't.
Fuck, man.
I don't feel like getting
Correct.
poisoned by a potato.
Ooh, fun fact, Icy. There is a Gen
Mr.
Con.
President.
And the reason it's called Gen Con is because it was hosted in Geneva. There is a place in the United States, I think it's like Wisconsin. It's like Geneva, Wisconsin, and it's just a board game convention called Gen Con. Alright, so in normal, it took me 11 hours. I saved 26 times, 73 continues, 57 times I've been found, 175 enemies were killed, 101 rations were consumed. I got the code name Iguana. I grabbed special items camera and bandana.
And you missed one name drop of the president, who's also Solidus.
Oh no, I picked up on the Solidus. So he is like one of the six infants that, or not infants, but one of the six. Oh my goodness! Like we got
the
8 of you.
L'enfant terrible.
Yeah, the terrible children where they're like, oh hey, we got 8 of you, but in order to like properly put in some metric of like instinctual killing spree, we killed 6 of you, so now there's only 2. Like, god damn it, fucking dumb. But yay!
I don't think it was explaining the killing spree. It was more like so that the baby would come out naturally stronger, which is also still very stupid.
Oh, this is what explains Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. The year 1995, deep in South Africa, 200 kilometers north of Garsberg, Outer Heaven, an armed fortress nation established by the legendary mercenary who was feared in combat by both his friends and foe as a hero and lunatic. The Western nations have found out that a weapon of mass destruction that could rewrite war history is under development at Outer Heaven. They have called upon the high-tech special force unit Foxhound to take care of the situation. In response to this order, Big Boss, Commander-in-Chief of Foxhound, sent Grey Fox, the man with the code name Fox, which is given to the best member of the unit. Oh, wait, they have called upon the high-tech Special Forces unit Foxhound to take care of this situation. In response to this order, Big Boss, Commander-in-Chief of Foxhound, sent Grey Fox, the man and the codename Fox, which is given to... Okay. After a few days, his last message being Metal Gear, Grey Fox is missing in action. Taking the situation seriously, the top men of the West again called for Foxhound. Big Boss selects Solid Snake, who has just recently joined Foxhound as the agent and entrusts everything to him. Successfully making a solo infiltration to Outer Heavens, Snake got in touch with local resistant members Schneider, Diane, and Jennifer. With their cooperation, Snake succeeds in rescuing Grey Fox. Grey Fox then laid out the terrifying fact about Metal Gear. Metal Gear was the development name of a nuclear warhead-equipped two-legged walking tank. It can walk through even the roughest terrain that would stop normal tanks. It can conduct local warfare by itself with unique weapons like its Vulcan cannon and anti-tank missiles. It was indeed a new type of weapon that can conduct a nuclear attack against any place on the face of the Earth from any land surface. With Metal Gear, Outer Heaven was trying to establish its military superiority over the entire world. In order to destroy Metal Gear, Snake rescues Metal Gear's chief engineer, Dr. Petrovich, and his daughter Ellen, who was taken hostage for her father to continue with his development. And here's from Dr. Petrovich how to destroy Metal Gear. However, as Snake approaches the heart of the Outer Heaven in Metal Gear, well-designed traps are set all around Snake, as if all his actions are being leaked to the enemy. In the midst of escalating battle, the leader of the resistance, Schneider, falls into the hands of the enemy, and Snake himself gets injured through the deadly battles with Outer Heaven's best mercenaries. But Snake's indomitable spirit leads him to the 100th floor basement of the secret base where Metal Gear was developed. Evading the powerful defense system that wipes out all intruders, Snake ultimately succeeds in destroying Metal Gear. Snake tries to escape from Outer Heaven upon completing the mission. However, during the escape, he was confronted by one man, Foxhound's Commander-in-Chief, Big Boss. Big Boss laughs at the astounded Snake and tells him of the truth about his mission. While serving as the Commander-in-Chief of Foxhound, Big Boss also ran a mercenary dispatch company utilizing his connections and capital from his years as a merc. He was planning to build this company a larger military establishment, and he built Outer Heaven as its base. His purpose for sending the rookie Snake to Outer Heaven was to cause information confusion against the West. However, Big Boss is miscalculated. He never thought that Snake would make it this far. Having lost Metal Gear, Big Boss activates the self-destruction system of the underground base while the countdown to destruction continues. His scream echoes in the emptiness. You have gone too far, too far. On the 100th floor basement, the battle between two men commences, free of ideology and politics. The armed fortress nation, Outer Heaven, collapses. Perhaps the impenetrable fortress made from the best military technology and occupied by the toughest mercenaries burned in flames. Behind him, the flames reached skyward as Outer Heaven fell, leaving Solid Snake alone. Wait, so the leader of Foxhound, which is from the West, is called Big Boss, but he is all and like they knew that there was a nation of mercenaries led by a legendary mercenary. Like, what? Did they just not know who the mercenary was, but was somehow legend? Because I'm gonna be real with you, Big Boss sounds like a legendary mercenary. Like, what the shit?
Thank you for the hyper handle, Zach Rhino. 19.
I might also just head out because I need to do this comm real quick.
Not to worry, not to worry. It's 11:30. I'm gonna read the rest of this in my own time actually, and actually call the stream here because oh my goodness,
it's a lot.
It is a lot. So
it's so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ding ding dong.
And a lot of it is filled with "Does he know?"
Yes. Does he know? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know shit. But that is the first Metal Gear Solid out of the way. Yay. So we're gonna be picking up Metal Gear Solid 2 next Monday. Also, I need to double check why the hang on. My sources is ding dong. There we go. But yeah, that is it for me tonight. I'm gonna close this window and I'm gonna get the music started again. But yeah, the next
week will be my debut.
Next week will be
the
Metal
real
Gear Solid
Jack.
2, and whatever the fuck Cap's character is, I suppose, is going to be involved in there. But yeah, the next time I'll be streaming this week, I've released a schedule, by the by, so you'll be able to. And that's found on like my on my Blue Sky and on my Twitters. So the next time you'll find me streaming is Wednesday for Alan Wake 2. There are so many fucking jump scares when I'm on the FBI side. It is absolutely nuts. But yeah, no, thank you, Blue, Cap, Izzy, and Jack for keeping me company in tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I know, Blue, you took a pause on streaming because as you were at PAX and what have you. When's the next time people might be able to catch you streaming?
You'll be lucky to get me to stream this weekend.
Okay, all right, this weekend. I'll give you a shout out as well because pretty sure it's. I see. Wow, you just came into my VC. You didn't even say hi to me in the chats. But okay. But yeah, Jack, do you stream as well, or is that more of a nah thing?
Stream? What is that?
So, Cap, I know, has like kind of like gone on the wayside and not.
Oh yeah, shout out.
Yeah. But yeah, alright. Well, I'm gonna have us go on a little raid to keep some of you who might be starting to wake up on the western side alive. Cookie for Meeps! Here's your cookie, Meeps! I am so sorry, Meeps, but I am ending the stream here after finishing Metal Gear Solid 1. Let's see, who is online? Who can we go and raid? And the people they recommend to me, I have no idea who any of these people are. Cookie for Meeps. Let's see. Someone's playing Battlefield 6. Someone's.
Alright, I'll just scramble before everything else. Catch you all later.
Catch you all later.
Bye.
Thank you for being here,
Bye.
Cap.
Bye.
All right, now let's have a look at following. Who am I following that is online? Let's go. You know what? I have not raided into Cosmic Wolf, so hopefully they're going to be streaming for a little bit longer. They do some art. You're going to absolutely love it. We're just going to go with the short and sweet himbo raid. And otherwise, if you don't have the emotes, if you're not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you want. I'm going to be using mine. And otherwise, I'm going to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back online Wednesday. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see you Wednesday night, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.